A flash of thought, she knows a move. A rhythm finds you from afar. She's following you, intoxicated by her tune. Oh, just to know, to touch, to feel the samba. You're reaching out, she reaches in. She finds a way inside your soul. How could she know? Her music whispers to a heart you thought would never fly with such a freedom. A dance, spoken jazz, a noise of the future, creating a memory, spinning into the moment, turning gently into a fantasy. You'll fly away in the river of anticipation, romantic elation, whirling madly and turning, giving in to complete surrender to the samba. Remember the sassy samba. Creating a memory, fading into the moment, turning gently into a fantasy. You'll fly away in the rhythm of anticipation. Whirling millions and giving in to complete surrender to the samba. Remember the sassy For so long, for this night I pray that a star would guide you my way to share with me this special day where ribbons in the sky for love. If allowed, may I touch your hand, and please may I once again, so that you too will understand. There's a ribbon in the sky for our love, for our love. This is not a coincidence, and from more than a lucky chance, but what is and was always meant is a ribbon in the sky for our love. We can't lose. With God on our side, we'll find strength in each tear we cry. From now on, it will be you and I, and our ribbon in the sky for our love. For so long, for this night I pray that a star would guide you my way to share with me this special day where a ribbon's in the sky, where a ribbon's in the sky, ribbons in the sky. It's for our love, 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 see that evening sun go down. Hate to see that evening sun going down. I hate to see, oh yeah, that evening sun going down. Just because my baby has gone and left this town.
That man is gone, he done left this town.
And if I'm feeling tomorrow just like I feel today, if she's feeling tomorrow like she feels today, if I'm feeling tomorrow just like I feel today, I'm gonna pack my trunk,
Pack it up,
and make my getaway.
She's gonna pack up her trunk 'cause she's making her getaway.
St. Louis woman with all her diamond rings,
All her flashy diamond rings.
pulls my man around by her apron strings.
He will follow anywhere she leads him from those apron strings.
If it wasn't for powder and for store-bought hair,
Wig to wear.
then that man I love, maybe he wouldn't have gone nowhere. Nowhere. Got the St. Louis blues and I'm blue as I can be. That man got a heart like a rock cast in the sea, or else he wouldn't have gone so far from me. Now I love my man like schoolboy loves his pie, like an old Kentucky colonel loves his mint and rye. And I love my baby till the day I die. So little day, the little will be the day, the St. Louis, St. Louis, St. Louis, St. Louis, Louis, St. Louis, Louis, St. Louis, Louis, St. Louis, 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 St. Louis, 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 St. Louis, Louis,
I've got the same
St.
Louis,
Louis,
I've got the same
St.
Louis, I've got the same
St.
Louis,
Louis,
I've got the same
St.
blues. I got the same 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 blues. And I'm blue as I can be. And I'm as blue as I can be. Your people are calling. We've been broken down and shattered for hundreds of years now, trying to mend ourselves, neglecting the fact that we hold hatred like a boat holds water. We're sinking, and you're the only answer, so heal again. We're waiting on you to heal again. Heal again. We're waiting on you to heal again. Your people are calling, drowning in the wounds of fermented pain, loving as though we've never been loved by you. You showed us perfect love, but now we're sinking, and you're the remedy, so heal again. We're waiting on you to heal again, Lord. Heal again. We're waiting on you to heal again. Hear our desperate prayer, oh Lord. Hear our humble cry. Remember us when you speak to your Father. Lose peace throughout the land. So heal again. We're waiting on you to heal again, Lord. Heal again. We're waiting on you to heal again. Heal the land. We're waiting on you to heal the land, Lord. Heal the land. We're waiting on you to heal the land. Your people are calling. We're calling. We're calling. 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 Your people are waiting. We're 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 waiting. We three kings of Orient are bearing gifts. We traverse afar. Oh, we travel so far for the star. Westward leading, still proceeding, guide us to thy perfect Born a king on Bethlehem's plain, should I bring to crown him again? King forever, ceasing never, over us all to frankincense to offer have I, incense songs a deity nigh, prayer and praising, home and praising, worship him God most Star of wonder, star of night, star with royal beauty bright, westward leading, still proceeding, guide us to thy perfect Star of wonder, star of light, star with royal beauty bright, shining so bright in the sky. I want to set to you and I sing hallelujah. Christ is Murder's night is bitter perfume. Bring the light of gathering noon. Sorrow exciting, bleeding dying, children of stone when the storm comes us down, beholding the rise, bringing God and sacrifice. Hallelujah, sing hallelujah, praise to worshiping God all time. Christ the Savior is born. Christ the Savior is born. Sing hallelujah, 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 sing hallelujah. I sing because I'm happy. 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 Because I'm happy. And I sing because I'm free. I sing because I'm free. I sing because I'm happy. Why should I feel discouraged? Why should the shadows fall? Why should my heart feel lonely and long for heaven and home? When Jesus is my portion, whoa, my constant friend is He. Constant friend, His eye is on the sparrow, and I know He watches over me.
He watches over.
I sing because I'm happy. Because I'm happy. I sing because I'm free. His eye is on the sparrow. It's on the sparrow. And I know He watches over me. His eye is on the sparrow, and I know He watches over me. I sing because I'm happy, and I sing because I'm free. Yeah. I sing because I'm free. Let not your heart be troubled. His tender words I hear, and resting on His goodness, I lose my doubts and all my fears. Go by His path, He leadeth, though just one step I may see. His eye is on the sparrow, and I know He watches over me.
Good morning, and welcome to day 2 of August Wilson on the Margins, Understudied and Underrepresented Aspects of the American Century Cycle. I am Dr. Sandra Shannon, Professor Emerita, Howard University, and President of the August Wilson Society. Yesterday's sessions were absolutely riveting, and today's schedule promises to be just as engaging. We invite you to participate in this exchange of fresh material on Wilson's canon, first by posing meaningful and relevant questions in the chat after each session, including our exciting keynote address by the illustrious Michelle Shea. And second, by dropping into the chat feature any subject within the realm of August Wilson studies that you believe is currently understudied or not yet on our radar. I also ask that you share your reactions to the August Wilson Society's 2021 proceedings on Twitter using the hashtag capital AWSC Colloquium 21. That's again, capital A, capital W, capital S, capital C, OLLOQUIM 21. I believe it's in the chat as well. I'm going to kick off today's colloquium by revisiting excerpts shared yesterday during my opening remarks. The first is from August Wilson himself, from his still reverberating 1996, The Ground on Which I Stand manifesto. The second is from yours truly. Together, they capture the impetus, the passion, and quite frankly, the rallying cry behind this year's colloquium. August Wilson on the margin, understudied and underrepresented aspects of the American century cycle. Critics have an informed opinion. Sometimes it may be necessary for them to gather more information to become more informed. As playwrights grow and develop, as the theater changes, the critic has an important responsibility to guide and encourage that growth. However, in the discharge of their duties, it may be necessary for them to also grow and develop. A stagnant body of critics operating from the critical criteria of 40 years ago makes for a stagnant theater without the fresh and abiding influence of contemporary ideas. It is the critics who should be in the forefront of developing new tools for analysis necessary to understand new influences. We stand on the verge of an explosion of playwriting talent that will challenge our critics. As American playwrights absorb the influence of television and use new avenues of approach to the practice of their craft, they will grow to be wildly inventive and imaginative in creating dramas that will guide and influence contemporary life for years to come. August Wilson, The Ground on Which I Stand, Princeton, New Jersey, 1996. The void in scholarship that this two-day colloquium will call attention to and address manifests at a time when August Wilson's public notoriety is at an all-time high. In a January 28th dedication ceremony, the United States Postal Service honored Wilson with a Black Heritage Forever stamp. This was preceded by the blockbuster Netflix film adaptation of Wilson's 1920s play, Ma Rainey's Black Bottom, and giving voice a hugely popular documentary on the National August Wilson Monologue Competition. We also learned in 2020 that the August Wilson estate named the University of Pittsburgh Library as curator and the repository for the August Wilson archives. In addition to these honors, two other establishments that bear August Wilson's name in their respective titles are engaged in creating lasting monuments to Wilson's life's work. Note, for example, the ongoing efforts of the August Wilson House to restore and reimagine Wilson's boyhood home, and the August Wilson African American Cultural Center's plans to put in place an interactive exhibit on August Wilson. But institutional endorsements and media coverage are simply not enough. Despite a growing list of well-deserved accolades, monuments, and adaptations of Wilson's work, so much of his life, work, and legacy remains understudied and underrepresented. Thank you all for joining us today as we roll up our sleeves to do the work of filling these voids. And so with that, I welcome you to listen, to take notes, to engage, and enjoy Day 2 of the August Wilson Society's 2021 Colloquium. Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome to our first session, Spirituality and Religiosity in the Drama of August Wilson. It is my pleasure to introduce our two panelists, Dr. Patrick Malley, who will present the Bible, improvisation, and August Wilson's human-centered religiosity, and Dr. Ladrika Menson-Fur from the University of Memphis, who will present name-dropping, blood memory, and Southern Spaces, August Wilson's lessons on the American South. Each presenter will speak for approximately 15 minutes, followed by 15 minutes of Q&A. I can't wait to hear these presentations, so let's get started. Dr. Malley, please begin.
Hello, thank you, Ellen, and thanks everybody for being here. I'll jump right in. So in Ma Rainey's opening scene direction, Wilson invokes the Bible. He says, quote, "Somewhere the moon has fallen through a window and broken into 30 pieces of silver." The reference is to Matthew 26:14 through 16, when Jerusalem's chief priests buy Judas's betrayal for that price, which itself refers to Exodus 21:32. But Wilson signifies in the gospel story, wrenching it into the modern setting through a long human and aesthetic history that leaves scars. By offering a web of allusions stretching to Hebrew scripture, the Bible acts on the cycle from the very beginning. But what is to be done in response to that action is left to Wilson and his characters. The word Bible appears 66 times in Wilson's cycle. 22 of those instances are spoken in the phrase, "the Bible say," when characters point to the Bible for authority. Depending on how you count, there are about 100 biblical references in Wilson, spoken by 33 of the cycle's 77 characters. That's 43% of the characters referred to the Bible. But little consistency exists in characters' treatment of the book. Sometimes they quote biblical text verbatim with authority. Elsewhere, strict biblical accuracy challenges authority. Sometimes characters point to the Bible purposefully. Elsewhere, they refer to it in passing or colloquially. Strikingly, certain moments unite the utmost conviction with the greatest scriptural inaccuracy. Only once, in Gem of the Ocean, when Aunt Esther invokes for citizen the story of Peter denying Jesus, does a biblical reference appear to influence its audience. The assortment of roles played by the Bible in the cycle emphasizes the responsibility that Wilson's human communities bear for their own spiritual journeys. The Bible is a resource with which they might fruitfully engage, but it is not an answer key. Instead, as Jacob wrestles with God in Genesis, Wilson requires that his characters grapple with the spiritual forces in an attempt to harmonize in support of efforts to develop identity, dignity, and happiness. The work of the Bible suggests that spirituality can contribute productively to that work, but humans must integrate spirituality effectively into everyday life. Individuals and communities in Wilson must develop the creative agency necessary to operate harmoniously within both a complex spiritual realm and a demanding human world. Characters invoke the Bible most frequently in attempts to persuade. The presumption seems to be that a biblical speech act can help ensure desired effects. It never works that simply. Characters on the receiving end of biblical speech acts frequently rebuff or ignore the reference. Never do they alter their behavior simply because another character has referenced the Bible. On the one hand, then, biblical references may seem futile, something that Wilson has his characters do to demonstrate its impotence. But in Gem in the Ocean, Honester's two references to Peter prove to be one useful tool among several in convincing Citizen to admit his guilt. And this exception helps elucidate the potential and limitations of Scripture in Wilson, where biblical references demand human interaction. A reference to Scripture is not powerful enough to persuade on its own. Its limitations must be supplemented by further actions, as Honester does by continuing to talk Citizen through his crisis and guiding him to his spiritual journey, during which he reiterates an earlier biblical reference. The Bible proves a potentially valuable tool for Wilson's characters, but its use demands speakers' active participation and skillful negotiation. Two characters with strong commitments to the Bible, the, quote, good Christian woman, Martha Pentecost, from Joe Turner, and the preacher, Avery Brown, from The Piano Lesson, fail to recognize this demand, presuming that Scripture will work on its own. As a result, despite great earnestness, their invocations of Scripture prove futile. In Joe Turner, for instance, Martha quotes the entire 23rd Psalm, paraphrases Revelation 7:14, and quotes John 1:29. In The Piano Lesson, Avery quotes or refers to Genesis, Exodus, Psalms, Isaiah, all four Gospels, the Acts of the Apostles, and during the exorcism at the end, he recites Ezekiel 36:25-27 twice, mostly verbatim. But like Martha's attempts to soothe Loomis with the 23rd Psalm, Avery's recitation of Ezekiel fails to subdue Sutter's ghost. Loomis must slash his chest with a knife to soothe himself, and Sutter's ghost is only defeated once Bernice uses the family piano to invoke ancestors in a spiritual practice far more African than biblical. The Bible is significant in Wilson's world, but it turns out to have little power on its own. Sometimes, Wilson's characters seek heightened ethos through a biblical speech act, presuming that within the cycle's cultural context, the Bible carries authority that can fortify a speaker. Troy does this twice in Fences. That ain't in the Bible, he tells Rose, and he says, the Bible says be ever vigilant. That's why I only get but so drunk. Troy does this twice in Fences. Sterling once in Two Trains, and Becker once in Jitney. He says, the Bible says honor thy father and thy mother. Their efforts reveal a presumption of respect for biblical authority among their audiences and societies. They use the Bible in attempts to sanctify the rhetorical situation by invoking a tacit religiosity, suggesting that speaker, audience, and larger social context share a commitment to faith guided by biblical Scripture. Still, biblical fluency and fidelity, shown, for example, by Boy William Loomis, often brings torment. It perhaps follows logically, then, that characters who look to the Bible with great earnestness do so with very little textual accuracy, investing more in biblical spirit than in literalness. Both Black Mary in Gem and Stool Pigeon and King Hedley II refer to Scripture at critical moments, but neither does so in a fashion that could even be generously called paraphrase. Instead, they deliver speech acts that they attribute to the Bible, recalling King James linguistic style and evoking biblical concepts, but that are not biblical quotations. In Gem, for example, Black Mary insists, quote, this house is sanctuary. The Bible say, quote, a place of, and she quotes here, and Wilson offers quotation marks. The Bible say, A place of refuge shall be given unto you, and whoever seeketh counsel therein shall be made so clean. For I have given unto the master of that abode a place above the law. For the law is a punisher of men, and I seeketh their redemption. There is resonance here to stories in Exodus, Deuteronomy, and Numbers, and Black Mary's language invokes King James stylistics. But this is not a biblical quotation. In King Hedley II, Stool Pigeon twice delivers biblical speech acts with conviction that is as strong as his scriptural accuracy is weak. He does so first when he tells King about the key to the mountain, and then later when he says, quote, "The Bible say, let him who knoweth duty redeem the house of his fathers from the iniquities against the Lord. And if he raise a cry and say he knoweth not the sins of his fathers, and he knoweth not duty, for even if the iniquities are great, and his father's house be scattered to the numberless winds, if he shall gather it and raise it up, then it shall stand even unto the end of time." Sounds very biblical. It's not. These lines appear nowhere in the Bible, nor does anything resembling them. But this is a powerful moment for Stool Pigeon, like Black Mary's insistence of sanctuary. Black Mary and Stool Pigeon are ineffective in their goals of referring to the Bible, but the union of their conviction and inaccuracy adds a peculiar wrinkle to the Bible's role in Wilson's work. It demonstrates that the Bible's potential power in this society does not come from degrees of accuracy. Instead, like blues music, his character's engagement with the Bible places greater stress on improvisation. This is an agential strategy, reminiscent of biblical prophets, suggesting that the religious dimensions of Wilson's world value creative human agency. The character's looseness with biblical accuracy combines with their strong conviction to place Black Mary and Stool Pigeon in the tradition of biblical prophets. They do not suggest that God speaks through them, but do seem convinced that they understand God in ways that others do not, and that they have a responsibility to share that understanding. Their scriptural speeches are best understood as prophetic engagements with scriptural ideas, uniquely attempting to harness biblical power. For Black Mary and Stool Pigeon, what really matters is biblical sentiment and style that might allow them to capture a sense of sacredness afforded scripture. In order to do that, they are active, creative, improvisatory, and polemic. As such, they are prophetic. Of course, another characteristic that Black Mary and Stool Pigeon share with many biblical prophets is that they're ineffective. Caesar brushes off Black Mary's biblical invocation, and Stool Pigeon's neighbors treat his warnings with little regard. In the Bible, Moses struggles constantly to maintain the respect of the Hebrews. Samuel cannot dissuade the Israelites from demanding a monarch, and then exerts very little influence over the feckless King Saul. Because first Isaiah's audience ignores him, Judah is destroyed. With occasional exceptions, biblical prophecy is a story of societies failing to heed the warnings of divine messengers. The frequent impotence of biblical reference in Wilson should therefore be little surprise. Honestor breaks this trend. When Citizen is his most vulnerable during the mystical journey to the City of Bones, terrified to admit his guilt to Garrett Brown, Honestor urges him, quote, "Peter denied Christ 3 times. You might not get lucky like Peter and have 3 chances. You got to tell him now." Citizen does so immediately, and then the gates of the City of Bones open. Wilson's scene's direction tells us that Citizen is, quote, reborn as a man of the people, and the journey concludes safely. Honestor deploys a biblical speech act felicitously to influence Citizen, who can then reassemble with the community. Her success lies in methodology, the distinctiveness of which is instructive to the extents and limitations of the Bible's power in Wilson. In Gem, Honestor refers to Peter's story twice. First, at the close of Act 1, well before Citizen's journey to the City of Bones. After Citizen admits that he stole the nails, this is in Act 1, she invokes the Gospels. Quote, "Do you know the story of Peter from the Bible? Peter denied Jesus 3 times before the cock crowed. That's what the Bible say, quote, verily, verily, I say unto you, before the cock crow, you will deny me thrice." She's quoting probably from John there. They asked Peter, "Do you know this man?" And Peter said, "No, I don't know him. Not once, Mr. Citizen, 3 times. After introducing Peter, Aunt Esther asks Citizen his thoughts. He says, I don't know much about the Bible. And then she moves on. The scene closes with Aunt Esther sending Citizen on a physical journey to prepare for his later mystical journey. Go find them 2 pennies. It will be 25 script pages before Aunt Esther refers again to Peter. In the interim, she talks at length with Citizen about family and cultural history. She raises spiritual questions for his consideration. She encourages him to learn from the elders, Solly and Mr. Eli. She asks him to cleanse his body, and she sends him on a mystical journey to commune with part of his ancestral community and face his guilt. Only after all that does Aunt Esther revisit the biblical touchstone, invoking its force within an array of other techniques and successfully encouraging citizens' agency. For Aunt Esther, the Bible is not the trump card that Martha and Avery presume it to be, the ethos injection hoped for by Troy and Becker, or even the prophetic ammunition sought by Stool Pigeon and Black Mary. It is instead one valuable touchstone among a variety of similarly valuable methods for spiritual exploration and development. Aunt Esther's methods reveal the Bible's potential energy within the cycle. She understands both that the Bible can play a valuable role in her spiritual community and that it is not a sufficient actor on its own. She fills out her spiritual being with elements from a variety of spiritual, religious, cosmological, and humanist traditions, embracing what she finds helpful to fill gaps elsewhere. That the felicity of her biblical speech act is such a stark exception to the pattern in the cycle makes clear that the power of the Bible in Wilson's religious community is strongest when situated in concert with other spiritual forces that are responsive to human life. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Professor Maley. That was absolutely fascinating. I'd like to take us and to kind of build a little bit on the idea of the spirituality, to talk about Wilson's sacred space, a space that I consider to be the South, and I think that many of you will agree with me. Revisiting Wilson's American century cycle enables one to rediscover the subtle cultural clues that he intentionally inserts as he name drops the names of cities within his works. The act of identifying, locating, and researching these clues leads one to reconnect or again appreciate Wilson's appreciation for the American South as more than the origin of the Great Migration, but more importantly, and is aligned with his position on this region, a space that manifests itself as a character setting within the cycle. Revisiting Ma Rainey's Black Bottom, The Piano Lesson, and 2 Trains Running, this essay will expand upon discussions of Wilson's use of Southern spaces, not only as places from which many of the characters have migrated, but also, and more specifically, as locales that hold sacred and complex African-American cultural histories that must be shared and experienced. These 3 works, Ma Rainey's, The Piano Lesson, and 2 Trains Running, may also be considered to comprise a more specific Mississippi cycle within the greater American century cycle. And it's in this cycle that Wilson creates spaces of the South that embody and hold the blood's memory, which holds the cultural DNA, that connects the larger cycle's plots and characters as they emerge. Moreover, study of the Mississippi cycle dramatically supports Wilson's controversial contention that African Americans should have remained in the South, and further illustrates how he stands on the ground of this position within his works. Ma Rainey's Black Bottom, as we know, set in 1927, illustrates the Great Migration's path from South to North, specifically to Chicago, Illinois, and one that is more closely aligned to Southern states such as Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Tennessee, Interstate 55, and the paths that blues women and men traverse as they performed on the Chitlin Circuit. The South in Ma Rainey's is characterized in this work by way of its Southern-born characters, and one of Wilson's most important influences, blues. Along with the blues, the Mississippi cycle represents the South as the place from which African Americans left, Thus, according to Sandra Shannon in the essay, A Transplant That Did Not Take, are actually causing more harm than good. Shannon writes, Ma Rainey's Black Bottom visits the theme of the Great Migration as an enormous mistake and captures the blues impulse of the Southern Negro's initiation to a Northern way of life. Blasphemy, self-mutilation, convulsions, arrested speech, incarceration, domestic turmoil, splintering of the nuclear family structure, and mental trauma that manifests itself either in neuroses, schizophrenia, or dementia are but a few of the evils that plague Wilson's northern-bound characters, end quote. Ma Rainey's Black Bottom offers the American cycle's first glance, and possibly only glance, of the differing yet similar urban experiences that African Americans face when they are both in Pittsburgh and in Chicago. Also, it sets up debates between championing the North and disparaging the South that will find themselves staged in most of the plays chronologically set before Jitney. Moreover, it harkens back to the central role that Southern cities play in Wilson's canon, particularly Mississippi. It is Levy's Mississippi story that paints the landscape portrait of Mississippi and the South that becomes the site where the Mississippi cycle begins. As he reacts to being taunted by his older band mates and criticizes the old, and I quote unquote, jug band music that they wish to play, Levy reveals a childhood trauma that occurred in Jefferson County, Mississippi, and that he says informs his disposition, shapes the way he navigates through life, and importantly, negotiates with white folks. Levy's father and his land became targets of white envy and barbarity, thus injecting Levy's past and blood's memory with images and an experience that leave him simultaneously wounded, but in his mind, empowered. Levy is 8 years old when he witnesses his mother's sexual assault as a punishment for his father's audacity to own land. His father, Memphis Lee Green, whom Levy says folk call, and I quote, an uppity nigga, because he done saved and borrowed to where he could buy this land and be independent, caused an assault on the ideologies of Southern manhood, of Southern land ownership, of the idea of a Black man being able to participate in the economy or the American dream. Using his father's knife, Levy attempts to save his mother from this assault, but suffers a chest wound. And as he says, that what makes the men stop. Levy survives this wound, as we know, but he also talks about how he witnesses his father's strategic plan to avenge the violence that was done to his family by these Southern terrorists. Briefly, I quote, Levy says, my daddy went and smiled in the face of those crackers who'd been with my mama. He smiled and sold them the land. We moved over with relations in Caldwell. He makes certain that they're safe. He says, I ain't never seen him since. He sneaked back, hiding up in the woods, land to get them 8 or 9 men. He got 4 of them before they got him. They tracked him down in the woods, caught him and hung him and set him afire. The way Levy continues this is that his father knew how to negotiate, quote unquote, with white men. His father made his own vengeance. His father's life was lost, but that's how Levy understands to negotiate, to deal with Sturtevant when it comes to the piano lesson. However, as Levy relives his experience, Shannon explains that he is the embodiment of a failed transplant to the North because he wishes to leave this experience and the South behind. She writes, and I quote, perhaps more than any of Wilson's other converts to the North, Levy is laid open to be consumed by it, abrasive, conniving, insecure, bitter, blatantly anti-Christian, and ultimately homicidal. Levy epitomizes a transplant that did not take. His aversion to the South and his instructions to band members on how to style the music that he wishes to compose. Now we're gonna dance it, but we ain't gonna countrify it. This ain't no born dance, end quote. Thus, he disconnects himself from the organic blues and its place of origin, the South and the Mississippi Delta. Levy thus disintegrates into a murderer who kills the philosophical link that the blues, and I contend the South, provides as a means for African-American people to culturally interpret or reinterpret their unique connection to this sacred space. Wilson states to Bill Moyers, contained in the blues is a philosophical system at work. You get the ideas and attitudes of the people as part of the oral tradition. This is a way of passing along information. If you're going to tell someone a story, you want to keep the information alive, and you have to make it memorable so that person hearing it will tell someone else. That's how it stays alive. This philosophical system is also embodied within African American Southern cultural spaces. They too must be memorialized and experienced in order to remain alive. When Levy begins his memory, he says to the band members, "You don't know Levy. You don't know nothing about what kind of blood I got, what kind of heart I got beating here." Mississippi, as Levy's story proves, is one of those spaces where blood is part of the memory. The blood that is soaked into Mississippi soil is part of the African American story, like it or not. Understandably, this memory paints a rationale for Wilson's immigrants to leave the South, to leave Mississippi. It is also a space where Wilson suggests that people should return physically and spiritually in order to pay homage to the Memphis Lee Greens and their stories and avenge their wrongs. Thus, Mississippi is a sacred space baptized in the blood's memory, that the American century cycle does not and cannot ignore, because it's a space from which the blues and its blues people originated. The Mississippi cycle continues with the piano lesson. Set 9 years later in 1936, this work returns the cycle to the Hill District from Chicago, and it brings Mississippi into the Hill District in both form and fact by way of Boy Willie Charles and his friend Lyman Jackson, as they drive from Sunflower County, Mississippi to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania with a load of Mississippi-grown watermelons to sell. Boy Willie has embarked on this southern fruit exporting mission as a means to secure financing so that he may purchase the land down south that his family was once enslaved and formed as sharecroppers. Unlike Lyman, who plans to use this opportunity to escape Mississippi and remain up north, Boy Willie and the play itself, the piano lesson, become the cycle's main proponents of Wilson's contention of what African Americans may have accomplished if they had remained South and or will return. Wilson tells Bill Moyers, "I think we should have stayed South. We attempted to translate what in essence was an emerging culture, a culture that had grown out of our experiences in 200 years, as 200 years of slaves in the South. The cities of the urban North have not been hospitable. If we had stayed in the South, we could have strengthened the culture." And Boy Willie supports this contention when he responds to Lyman by saying, and I quote, "And I ain't thinking about staying up here. You stay up here. I'm going back and get Sutter's land. You think you ain't got to work up here. You think this is the land of milk and honey." The second Mississippi story, again one of violence and trauma, is shared by Doker, Boy Willie and Bernice's paternal uncle, as he explains the family story and the piano's role within it to Lyman. Doker tells the story, relays the Charles family's multiple sufferings, that of Sutter trading Bernice and Boy Willie's great-grandmother and their grandfather for the piano, and then Boy Willie's and Bernice's father's noble act of returning the piano, as both payment and receipt for the loss of his brother and mother to his rightful heirs, the Charles family. However, as we know, Boy Willie's father loses his life at the hands of Southern violence. Doker says, "But somebody went up to Boy Charles's house and set it on fire. But he wasn't there. He must have seen them coming because he went down and caught the 358 yellow dog. He didn't know they was going to come and stop the train. Stopped the train and found Boy Charles in the boxcar with 4 of them hobos. Must have got mad when they couldn't find the piano because they set the box afire and killed everybody." Lyman, after learning the family's history, says, "Yeah, see, that's what I told. I see what you say that now. I told Boy Willie he ought to stay up here with me." Boy Willie's response now takes a more self-actualized tenor. He defends his right to freely live the life that he wants to live, not one determined by the full pull of the North and its promises. Boy Willie says to Lyman, "You stay. I'm going back. That's what I'm going to do with my life. Why I got to come up here and learn to do something I don't know how to do when I already know how to form? You stay up here and make your own way if that's what you want to do. I'm going back to live my life the way I want to." The piano lesson serves as a regional depot, a place where the cycle's plot lines intersect just as the rail lines that connect southern towns and northern cities. In this play, Mississippi is central to the plot and is debated about familial legacies and origins. Doker serving as the griot train conductor in this play, simultaneous movement from the South, and Boy Willie's determination to return to the South prepares the cycle for Two Trains Running's Southern story, or Mississippi story. Wilson foreshadows his return as Doker sings the work song that anyone familiar with the state will be able to interpret because each stop has a Southern story to tell. Doker says, gonna leave Jackson, Mississippi and go to Memphis, change cars on the YD coming through the territory to Meridian and Greenville to Memphis, and I'm on the way, I know where. The piano lesson leads the cycle back to Mississippi by way of Boy Willie, a second Memphis Lee Green, and a different version of the Great Migration, one that now focuses on the possibility of remigration. Two Trains Running dramatizes what can happen when a remigration, when supported by the 1960s, is changing civil rights acts and bills, and the actions of civil rights warriors encourage one to return to the South and pick up the ball that Wilson contends that African Americans left behind when forced to or choosing to leave it. The character Memphis Lee Green in this drama conclude the Mississippi cycle and provide an alternate ending to Levy's father's story as it offers the possibility of hope and change. In Two Trains Running, Memphis offers the third Mississippi story as he relays how Jim Stovall runs him off his land. Jim Stovall, who I bought the land from, according to Memphis, told me my deeds say if I found any water, the sale was null and void. Went down to the court to straighten it out and came out and found that he had a bunch of those fellas out there together to pick on me. They took and cut my mule's belly out while it's standing there, just took a knife and sliced it open. One of them reached down, grabbed hold of his dick and cut that off. I stood there and said to them, okay, I know the rules now. If you do that to something that ain't done nothing to you, then I know what you do to me. Memphis also then realizes he has to call this a draw and to leave because he gets home and he finds out by this point they've set his crops on fire. He says to get to my house, I have to walk through fire. I wasn't ready to do that, so I turned and walked up to the hill of the Natchez, called it a draw. Said I was going back, then I come up here in 36, but I'm going back one of these days. Memphis's migration from Jackson to Natchez, Mississippi, and then to the Hill District is one of the many force and survival-based migrations that those critical of Wilson's contention may have to in mind. However, Wilson does not stray away from the significance of the South and the African-American land ownership. Instead, he has Memphis vowed to return south with his deed in hand and recover the land that he has lost. Memphis's story appears to be a retelling of Levy's recounting of his father's story, and it causes one to wonder what may have occurred if Boy Willie was able to purchase the property that he hopes to purchase from Stovall. Tragically, it also recalls the sad reality that numerous African-American families face in the South and explains how and why many unwillingly found themselves in the North. Just as Boy Willie chooses to return to Sunflower County, Mississippi, Memphis Lee will return south, but now he's beginning an even more fully supported legally remigration. He plans to take the next train in Mississippi, this time with his deed in hand and using the newly established rights accessible to all citizens to reclaim his property. Between the decades in which the Mississippi cycle plays are set, Mississippi has set the stage for many of the painful memories that the American cycle's characters face, but it's a place where changes did occur. Thus, Wilson's focus on Mississippi is not only intentional, but also imperative to appreciating his focus up on the South and as the South as the homeland for African-American people, history, culture, and the possibility of the changes that could have and have occurred. Thank you. On the South and as the South as the homeland for African-American people, history, culture, and the possibility of the changes that could have and have occurred. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Minstenfer. Thank you, Dr. Malley. I have a question for Dr. Malley. The question is, could you clarify the term Speech Act? A standard speech act is not delivered or deployed. Could you clarify what you mean by that term?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
And that's a little underdeveloped in this shorter version of this paper. But ultimately, what I'm suggesting is that by invoking, by referencing, by referring to, by quoting the Bible, these characters are trying to do something with their words, right? They're trying to achieve, what Austin would call an illocutionary force, or really a perlocutionary force of persuading or convincing or invoking some sort of other kind of sacredness to their language, right? It is in many cases, sometimes it's not, sometimes it's just sort of said in passing, a biblical reference. But many of the most interesting cases throughout the cycle, the characters turn to the Bible, in whatever fashion they do, very purposefully, right? Like Martha does when she quotes the 23rd Psalm or whatever, right? They're trying to use that language to act on their audience. They're trying to get that language to perform in such a way that usually tries to convince or persuade. It doesn't often work.
Thank you. Patrick, I have another question. Do you know anything about August Wilson's own religious beliefs or practices? Baptist, AME, atheist?
No, actually not a ton. I mean, a little bit. But I specifically, when I'm doing this work, so this is part of a longer article, this presentation. When doing it, I was specifically trying not to understand, Wilson's own spiritual beliefs, because I was interested more so in what the characters were doing, right, and how these things were affecting the world of the cycle. And so a next logical step, if this project goes further, might be to then start think about, how this is reflective of or being reflected in Wilson's spiritual practice. So I think that is an important question at some point. But what I'm interested in here is how the text of the Bible and its kind of cultural resonance enters this world of the cycle. So, for example, an earlier draft of this, I was including how I learned what I learned. And there's a couple biblical references in there. He refers to God and Jesus a couple times. But I said, I'm really interested in this kind of closed world of the cycle. So that's where I focused. So, there's a little bit of resonance here and there in some interviews and such about Wilson's spiritual practice, which I think is like his characters, right? Manifold and complex, and not sort of neatly defined. But it's not something that I was overly concerned with in this project.
Okay, all right. I have a question now for Dr. Menson-Furr. Could you please expand on the power of land ownership, property ownership in August Wilson's work?
Thank you. I think that I love that question, because as again, as we read and reread the Wilson cycle, we note, and I think many of us noticed this early on, that Wilson not only populates the cycle, the entire American century cycle, with entrepreneurs, right? Everyone from, Sally, using the organic dog feces exactly as a form of revenue to, and I'll bring it up to radio golf, right? Where they're practicing, participating in the idea of how do you establish and help a community on itself. But to take it more back specifically to one of the plays in the Mississippi cycle, I think it's significant to talk about land ownership when it comes to Memphis Lee Green, because Memphis now, we learn in Two Trains Running, that Memphis owns property both in the South and in the North, right? Because around the idea of him having that building and saying, I'm going to wait this out. I'm not going to sell my property to West when I know that, if I continue to have faith and hold on, the city is going to negotiate and give me what I think is worth. So I think it's really significant if we trace this idea of ownership and land ownership through Wilson's entire American century cycle, and in locating this idea of land ownership in the Mississippi cycle that he does, right? I mean, as much as I love Ma Rainey's Black Bottom and I've read it and seen it, but it wasn't until I started thinking about, wait a minute, Levy's father, dies because he loses his property. Or not last, because he has to sell this property as far as survival, right? So when you establish these lines, particularly when you read the plays chronologically, you see how you have a Caesar, who's able to build on
his entrepreneurial skills and then own and buy property, right? We understand the significance of Aunt Esther's home. And by the time we get to Radio Golf, while it's so important that old Joe is fighting to hold on to this land, this property, this site. So ownership is, I think, tantamount to, of course, the physical, tangible idea of ownership. I think about the line in the piano lesson when Boy Willie says, land is the one thing God isn't making any more of. I mean, that's part of the larger work of this, but also it feels to the idea, it sets us up for the very 1990s version of ownership, of commercial ownership, of how do we own and how do we take back our own communities. So if I can expand it in that.
Thank you. Thank you. I have another question for Dr. Malley. In the early plays of the cycle, there's something of a rejection of Christianity. See Sandra Shannon's The Good Christians Come and Gone. Do you find this rejection apparent in the second half?
So the argument that Sandra makes in that essay, which was written when the first, I spoke about this at our last colloquium. So Sandra published that after the first 4 plays were written. And the argument that she makes, the kind of central argument there, that the central men of the play, so Levy and Boy Willie and Loomis and Troy, really reject Christianity for their own kind of destructive selfhood. I think that continues throughout, right? So I think that what Sandra recognized early on is a trend that continues pretty straightforward, right? And what I find interesting is that where spirituality or religion enters into the cycle in ways that are useful and beneficial, right? Because, Harold Loomis was a former deacon, right? And his Christianity really torments him, right? When he comes in on the Juba and he hears him singing about the Holy Ghost, right? And he compares Jesus to a field overseer, right? The notions of what Boy Willie says he wanted his pet to be brought back to life like Jesus did with that man in the Bible, right? Referencing Lazarus. These torment these men because they see a difference between like the promises and the ideals of the Bible and Christianity and their lived experience, right? And where religion and spirituality starts to be beneficial to people and efficacious to characters in the cycle is when they get more, when it gets more complex, when it gets more manifold, when it starts to incorporate elements of Christianity, but also elements of humanist traditions, of African traditions, of this kind of, it's Sandra Richards who in an essay uses the term braided, right? Like you braid hair or whatever, right? That is a braided spiritual tradition, right? So what you see as Sandra identifies in that essay that the person's referencing, is that like Levy and Lewis and Boy Willie, right? They're saying, no Christianity, get that away from me, and really reacting against it. And what we see in, Aunt Esther, for example, or Old Joe, I'm looking for good Christian people or whatever he says. They're much more folding things on. They're being much more purposeful and agential and making choices in their religious experience, and that is more useful to them. I find it brings them much more, solace or peace or productiveness. Whatever one looks for in religion, it much less torment than we see in those who react sort of violently against.
Thank you. I think this next question is for
Is that me?
not me. I don't think. Sorry. The next question is for, I guess, either one of you. Can you speak to August Wilson's use of young people in his works? Yesterday, Johnny Jones was a presenter who used August Wilson's works with young audiences, yet there are very few young people in the work. So anyway, your thoughts on August Wilson's use of young people in his work?
Well, if I may, I really appreciate that question, because actually it again is another component of of the longer work that I'm creating with the ideal Mississippi cycle. But of course, I'm thinking offhand, there's Maritha, Zonia, Reuben, and Raynell, right? And then I think that we cannot overlook the two unborn children in the American century cycle. We have Tanya's child, and we also have Ruby's child who becomes king, right? So I think that presence is definitely there. But to connect it back to the argument or the position I'm taking with the Mississippi cycle, it's really interesting that when Levy tells a story, he's 8. So there isn't a child present, but there's this childhood memory that is there, right? And then when Doker recounts the Charles's family's, tragic trading, his brother is 9 years old. So I there is, again, this is, I haven't done enough to psychologically analyze this portion, but this idea of these children bearing this witness, both in memory time, so to speak, and also at present. I think about in the piano lesson, Maritha is the way, I'm thinking about the staging of it in different ways, but definitely the Hallmark version. Maritha is sitting on the stairs at the end of that play, Professor McNally, you talk about this, about, not talk about this, but when it takes both Boy Willie and Bernice and everyone to exorcise the demon right out of the house. So she's witnessing this collective effort of this collective spirituality of individuals coming together. And I think that happens very often. We know that Raynell becomes the epitome of the best of both Troy and of her surrogate mother, or I call her mother, Ruth, in the fact that Rose takes her on and she gets to be the legacy that's there. So there's something about the children and legacies and what they inherit and what they don't inherit. I think that's so important.
Okay, so here's another question. I apologize. Evidently, there's some feedback, and we're trying to locate the source and fix it. I think this is maybe for either one of you. Can you speak to how language and religion and other tools or methods are used to teach diverse audiences with August Wilson's pieces?
I don't have any particular experience in that, so I can't sort of talk to any specific examples. But I am just thinking that the part of what started this project for me was just an interest in what are the religious dimensions, what are the religious work happening in this cycle, right? And other people have done this, right? Both Sandra Shannon, Sandra Richards, and Harry Elam has written about this, all of which I find it really fascinating in that there's no simple answer, right? And this is true with much of Wilson's work, right? It's complex, it's a little muddy, right? There's no good, like, well, here's the religion, right? Here's what's going on with the Bible, right? But I do think that because of the complexity involved in the religious dimensions of the cycle and the work, and even you can bring in How I Learned What I Learned if you like, it would be a really interesting kind of inroad as a way of teaching the cycle, right? Let's look at the way these characters, the variety of the way these characters really try to reject religion, or try to embrace it wholeheartedly, or have a more nuanced approach to it. And I think so. Like I said, I don't have any specific examples of this, but it's an interesting question because in ways that we see, blues music can be a useful inroad. Lots of other things as well. But I think that a way that tackles the kind of spiritual apprehension that runs throughout the cycle could be an interesting way of approaching this and thinking about it to diverse audiences. Riley Keane Temple has got a really good book, On Esther's Children Redeemed, where he looks very in this way that I'm kind of talking about in a more complex way at religion. He says, the God of the cycle has nothing to do with the God of religion. It's not exactly, but it's close to that. It has much more to do with trying to reconnect, trying to reassemble all those things. And he calls that a spiritual religious act more so than like going to church.
Well, sadly, we are out of time. I'm so sorry. We still had a couple questions, such as Our Children a Sign of Hope, and but thank you both for your presentations. We're still thinking about them, but we now need to move on to our second session, which will begin momentarily. So thank you again so much. Okay. Welcome back. Our second session, Wilson and Family, will feature 3 panelists. Teaching Professor Calla Ross will present Tanya Headley, Black Motherhood and Black Lives Matter in August Wilson's King Hedley II. Annalise Laughlin, who is a senior geography and communication major at Villanova, will present Family, Forgiveness, and Identity in August Wilson's Fences. And Professor Dr. Johannes Feast, retired, of the University of Bremen, Germany, will present August Wilson's Bohemian German Relatives. Each presenter will speak for approximately 10 minutes, followed by 15 minutes of Q&A. Professor Ross, would you please get us started? Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for having me. My name is Calla Ross. This moment means a lot to me because my introduction to August Wilson was actually through the August Wilson monologue competition in 2013. And in 2020, I got to portray the same character, Tanya, in August Wilson's King Hedley II for my thesis performance for the University of Louisville. This research informs my topic today, Good Grief, an analysis of the character development of Tanya in August Wilson's King Hedley II through the lens of the 5 stages of grief. I believe that an actor who is portraying a grieving character can also grieve simultaneously about the character's given circumstances, which affects character development and the mental health of the actor. When it comes to topics of Black motherhood, Black Lives Matter, and other areas that were discussed today, I've noticed that when it comes to performing pieces of work that deal with race, gender, and class, particularly of the African American culture, the circumstances on stage often mirror the tension of society. August Wilson does this in an excellent way. He's able to give what's happening in the world around us to the characters to portray in their dialogue. However, sometimes I begin to wonder, how does the Black actor portray realism on stage when actual social disparities are similar to the given circumstances of the play? How does a character embody Tanya when the realities of what's happening in the world around us often mirror what's happening when she is giving her speech or monologues to the character King? For example, when it comes to portraying a Black mother, you can't help but think of Trayvon Martin, Mike Brown, and Breonna Taylor. And today marks the year anniversary of her death. How do we ask the actors to then confront these realities on stage? I believe this is significant because in a time where Black life is often the subject of police brutality and racial discrimination, the purpose is to help African American actors find a way to confront these realities of August Wilson's King Hedley II and, of course, other works. Now, this Good Grief unpacks the character's relationship to their given circumstances and the actor's relationship to grief, respective to their character. Using practitioners such as Elizabeth Kubler-Ross's 5 Stages of Grief, I will unpack my research. Unfortunately, this will not cover the Euro-American actor's relationship with grief. In doing this research, I am not trying to imply that an actor must put on grief or an actor must go through grief. The 5 stages of grief are simply a lens to examine character development. With that being said, it's important to note what the 5 stages of grief are. 1, denial. 2, anger. 3, bargaining. 4, depression. And 5, acceptance. During my research of portraying the role of Tanya, I began to examine the parallels between the 5 stages of grief for the character as well as myself. And for the interest of time, I'm going to unpack one of the stages and how they paralleled for myself and the character Tanya. So I'm going to look at depression. Kubler-Ross described preparatory depression as the second type of depression in which does not occur as a result of a past loss, but is taking into account impending losses. Tanya believes not only that she will lose her husband, but she will lose her unborn child due to the social climate of Pittsburgh. In fact, she says, you take little Buddy Will's mother up on Bryn Mawr Road, what she got? A heartache that don't never go away. She up there now sitting down in her living room. She got to sit down because she can't stand up. She's sitting down trying to figure it out, trying to figure out what happened. One minute her house is full of life, the next minute her house is full of death. Tanya is anticipating what is to come. She is going through a moment of depression. Likewise, I was also facing this anticipation as I was understanding what was happening in the world around me and how that began to manifest on stage. I was also experiencing my own grief. And as those realities began to parallel, it birthed the character Tanya. The same thing happened in other areas of the grief cycle, and I would love to share that with you when we begin to have the Q&A session. Some questions that came up for me during this research was, how does the Black actor portray realism on stage, again, when actual social disparities are similar to the given circumstances of the play? I not only began to ask myself this question, but I began to ask my community about the encounters with grief and how we handled this while portraying these characters or asking actors to portray these characters. When asking the directors, did you include a process for the African-American actors to express the impact of playing characters whose grief is a result of racism or historical trauma of the United States? 3 out of 4 of them responded with no. So my research was able to not only confront these realities, but also provide a process for the actor to disengage with grief if their experience included a grieving character. My research proved that good grief, an analysis of the character development of Tanya in August Wilson's King Hedley II, that an actor can encounter grief while portraying a character that is grieving, and it offers ways for the actor to use their grief for the betterment of their creativity. Thank you.
Okay. All right, good morning. So today what I want to talk about is how in August Wilson's Fences, the kind of nuances of family and identity, as well as the element of forgiveness, kind of paying attention to Wilson's epigraph at the beginning of the play. So these were the 2 kind of guiding quotations in the epigraph for my paper, in which Troy and Rose both acknowledge a kind of ideal or gender role that they're trying to conform to, that they believe they need to be embodying. And I was interested in studying how those gender identities, their ideals, their racial identity, and their realities shaped the characters of the play and their relationships within their family. So these are just a couple of the texts that I used, including our very own Sandra Shannon's The Ground on Which I Stand, that all kind of treated in one way or another issues of gender and identity in Fences. So my thesis is that in Fences, the characters initially appear to affirm traditional gender roles, but as the play continues, Wilson demonstrates the pitfalls of conforming to those ideals and how that gendered and racialized interplay really drove the characters apart in some ways. So I'll be examining Troy and Corey's relationship, the arc of Rose's identity throughout the play, and finally how that carries through into the next generation of the Maxon family. So to begin with Troy and Corey, Elam describes this problematic patriarch, which Wilson uses to dispute the absentee father paradigm, and saying that these flawed father characters that Wilson creates reconcile and restore the father, rather than absent the father or have the father be not present at all. And we especially see this bear out in Troy, who, as Elam describes, has an overwhelming sense of duty and responsibility to his family. He identifies with his masculinity as a provider for his family, and he uses it to control his home, control Corey's career, and his presence as a father is so large that he can't even possibly be an absentee father. So continuing on this theme of Corey and Troy's relationship, especially as it comes to athletics, again, like I said, and as Kubitschek says too, that Troy defines his fatherhood, his masculinity, his role as a husband in his economic support for his family. And because of that, he won't let Troy pursue football recruitment because, as he says, I got rejected from baseball and the sport is full of racism. And because of that, football for Corey will be fruitless. He'll inevitably fail. He won't be able to provide for his family. And in doing so, he attempts to protect Corey from the failure, from the economic damage, and arguably the masculine damage from failing in a sport. And continuing that, this is also coming from a part of Troy who deeply feels that racial prejudice and that rejection as an affront to his masculinity. And it's interesting too, because Rose points out to Troy that while Troy claims that it was racism that ended his career, Rose says, well, you were in prison at the time, you were too old by the time you got out to continue as a baseball player. And Corey also sees where Troy isn't just trying to protect him from failure, but rather prevent him from being better or succeeding in something that Troy sees as a failing in his own life. And finally, this element of the power as provider, as how it plays out in Corey and Troy's relationship, is that Troy struggles to understand being a father and a husband beyond just providing for his family. When Corey asks, "Why ain't you ever liked me?" Troy responds, "A man got to take care of his family." He cites the putting clothes on his back, providing the house for him, and doesn't see how fatherhood could also be an element of nurturing and support, rather only understands it as his economic provision, which is especially important because Troy is in a kind of a tight spot financially. And so that obligation as a father to provide for his family constrains Troy and puts a really extreme pressure on him as a character. So continuing to Rose, where Troy's presence kind of pushed Corey out, it shrank Rose down. And she described how your father took up the whole house and how she had lived through Troy, saying she had planted herself inside him and waited to bloom. And Kubitschek talks about how in Fences, they kind of speak in these analogies and bind them to their European kind of gender roles, and how that divorces Troy and Rose from speaking to each other and communicating with each other meaningfully, because Rose speaks in the very feminine nature analogy and Troy speaks in a very limited analogy of baseball. So they're talking to each other with these different spheres of understanding, and because of that, they can't really meet up on a secondary level. And also, one of the most fascinating parts of Fences is when Rose decides to adopt Raynell, because prior to that, she'd been appearing to aspire to a European nuclear family ideal, saying, I never wanted no half nothing in my family. And she jeopardizes that when she chooses to adopt Raynell. But when she does, she echoes Wilson's epigraph and says, you can't visit the sins of the father upon the child. And so in choosing to adopt Raynell, she risks becoming a victim of Troy's mistake. And instead of being a victim, she sends Troy away, saying, you're a womanless man. So she becomes her own woman in that moment and chooses Raynell in mercy for her. And also, as Shannon points out, very interestingly, Rose remains bound to a certain feminine ideal, right? She chooses to relive her life as a mother again. And that kind of makes one wonder, really, how much did she break out from a very gendered or restricted understanding of her identity? And exploring how this continues into the next generation of the Maxons. When Raynell and Corey first appear together for Troy's funeral, Raynell is playing in the dirt and Corey is in his military uniform, which Kubitschek points out is a very gendered portrayal of the two of them. Raynell is continuing Rose's feminine nature, and the military is very masculine. So it appears that the two will struggle with the same that their parents did, and that they couldn't really connect because they were being divorced by these gender roles. But interestingly, instead, Corey and Raynell connect singing Old Blue, and they're reconciled with Troy's reconciled to Corey, and Corey and Raynell find each other through this shared spirituality and ancestral identity in Troy. And that creates the space for Corey to forgive his father. And in that moment, that cycle of rejecting the father that Elam describes, or absenting the father, is broken, because where Corey had said, I have to say no to him just once by refusing to go to the funeral, when he finds himself connected with Raynell, he chooses to let his father inform his past without damaging it or damaging his future. And at the same moment, Gabriel opens the gates of heaven, not by trumpeting, but by doing an African dance, connecting to that identity. And that's what frees or allows Troy to enter into heaven. So to kind of continue how this is all working together, the characters, when they're subscribing to their European ideas of family, their traditional gender roles or European understandings of gender, their relationships fall apart and they're driven away from each other. But when they choose their spiritual connection, their African American identities, then they find that freedom to forgive Troy, and they reaffirm their African American identity. And rather than play host to the sins of the father, they banish them with forgiveness.
Well, how come a German law professor became interested in August Wilson's father? When I came to Pittsburgh 10 years ago, I had never heard of August Wilson, like most Germans or Europeans at the time. But I had a chance to sit in on a lecture by Professor Lawrence Glasgow on August Wilson in Pittsburgh. And in that context, I also saw my first Wilson play, Ma Rainey's Black Bottom. And I learned, to my surprise, that August Wilson's father was a Sudeten German, and not much was known about him. Since my father was also called a Sudeten German, I started some research, found eventually members of the Kittle family in Ohio, who supplied me with a very good old photograph of August Wilson's father and his brothers. I visited the small hamlet in northern Bohemia where he was born, and I finally made contact with members of the Kittel family in Germany. What follows is a very brief report on my findings. First of all, a few remarks on the term Sudetengerman. It is true, August Wilson's father hailed from the Sudeten mountain range, which runs along the northern border of Bohemia, now the Czech Republic, separating it from Germany as well as from Poland. But the term Sudeten German came only in general use after the First World War, when August Wilson's father was already in the United States. When he arrived there, he was registered by the US authorities quite correctly as Austrian or Bohemian, and sometimes mistakenly as Slovakian. To call him a Sudeten German was therefore an anachronism. Furthermore, the name Sudeten German is still tainted by its nationalist and revanchist connotations. It would be more fitting to regard the Kittels as Austro-Bohemians, as German-speaking Bohemians, or for short, as German Bohemians. Who was August Wilson's father? Friedrich August Kittel, known as Fritz, or in Pittsburgh as Fred, was born 1895 in Dreihunken, now Drihanki, in the north of what is now the Czech Republic. At the time, it was part of the Austro-Hungarian Habsburg Empire. He came to Pittsburgh in 1914 and worked as a baker or as a pastry cook in several bakeries and hotels in Pittsburgh. In 1919, he married Marianna Jenny Jodzis, a Polish German. Their only son, Fred D. Kittel, was born 1936 and seems to have died early, since he shows up in the 1940 US Census, but in no later years. In the late 1930s, Fred met Daisy Wilson. They fell in love and, over the next 15 years, had 6 children. All of their children were registered under their father's name, Kittel. And Fred married Daisy, but only in 1964, just after his legal wife, Jenny, had died. The third child of this marriage, the first male one, was named after the father, Frederick August Kittel. When he became a writer, much later, he used the first name of his father and the second name of his mother as a pseudonym. The rest is history and can be gleaned from Larry Glasgow's extensive research. My main starting point for research on Fred's Bohemian family was the photograph I mentioned earlier. Here you can see it. It was taken in Pittsburgh in 1914. It shows 5 members of the Kittel family: Father Anton on the left, down, a blacksmith, and 4 of his sons. Fred, in the middle of the photograph, is 18 years old. The others are only slightly older. The young men on the photograph look confident and hopeful. They are well dressed for the occasion. Presumably, the photograph was taken to be sent home to show the mother and the rest of the family that these recent immigrants were doing well. After meeting his sons in Pittsburgh, Father Anton Kittel soon returned to Bohemia because, as family lore has it, he didn't like it here. Why would these young men have come to the United States in the first place? One reason must have been that there was not much work available at the time in northern Bohemia, and only one of the sons could hope to follow in his father's footsteps as a blacksmith. But the decisive reason for emigration may have been the advent of the First World War and the boys' unwillingness to be conscripted into the Austrian army. The evidence for this is a story which Fred's older brother, Emil, repeatedly told his family. That's the one on the left upstairs. Emil, on one of his visits home, he learned that the conscription officers were looking for him. When they arrived, he fled over the roofs, hired on a ship, and after 2 unsuccessful attempts, finally managed to enter the United States. For Fred, who followed him in 1913 to Pittsburgh, the war must have seemed imminent at the time. Emil, the draft dodger, soon had his own bakery, but later had to leave Pittsburgh for Ohio because of some problems with the tax authorities. His descendants are my main source. Not much is known about the 2 other young men on the photograph. One of them died in Pittsburgh in 1918. The other one, Anton Johann, a blacksmith, left for the West and vanished, probably to Latin America. In 1918, still another brother, Rudolf, arrived, who also started to work as a baker, raised a family in Pittsburgh. Now, what happened was my next question. What happened to the Kittels remaining in Bohemia? Anton Kittel and his wife Teresa had 9 children, 2 of whom died early in childhood. 5 of their sons emigrated, as we have seen, to the United States. The 2 remaining youngest children, Stephanie and Edwin, continued to live with their parents. While the parents died before the end of the Second World War, Stephanie and Edwin lived in Bohemia through the early years of the young Czech Republic and through the occupation by Nazi Germany, which lasted from 1938 until the end of World War II. Shortly after the war, the Bohemian Kittels, like most of the other German Bohemians, were deported or fled out of the country. They ended up in Dresden, in Russian-occupied East Germany. But they must have remained in contact at least with the Ohio Kittels, given the fact that Emil Kittel's family sent them care parcels after the end of the war. The Ohio Kittels stopped doing so when they learned that the Russian authorities were intercepting the parcels. Later, Edwin Kittel's family moved from East Germany to West Germany, while Stephanie's family stayed in the German Democratic Republic. I was able to establish contact with both of these branches of the Kittel family. As a matter of fact, I had coffee recently with the grandniece of August Wilson's father. Only in this way the German Kittels realized and were proud of the fact that they were related to the now famous author. Final remarks. Fred Kittel died on April 1st, 1965. Both Daisy Wilson and her children and the German Bohemian relatives attended the funeral. That is, those German Bohemians who from Ohio. But it is sad to mention only the German part of the family was invited for the wake. Fred Kittel did not live to see his son become one of the most important playwrights in the history of the United States. Right after his father's death, Fred Jr. started calling himself August Wilson, but his national breakthrough as a dramatist happened only 20 years later. He is still not very well known in Germany, even though a major academic study on his life and work was published as early as 1997. Maybe the movies will make a difference. Fences opened in Germany in 2017 with friendly to enthusiastic reviews. Once the other films come out in Europe, August Wilson is likely to become much better known hereabouts. And his large and still growing US audience is entitled to learn more about his relatives from Bohemia. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Professor Ross, I wanted to begin with you. You mentioned in your presentation that you had some more to share and you hope to do so in the Q&A. So I wanted to give you the opportunity to do that now.
Sure. Well, I was just going to touch on more of the stages of grief that parallel with myself and Tanya. So one would be denial. I believe that Tanya wasn't really willing to take an honest look at her relationship with King. King is Tanya's husband, and his inability to separate his responsibilities as a husband from his choices causes tension in their relationship. During the rehearsal process, I also wrestled with denial. My encounter with the first stage of grief was not a result of tension with a spouse, but just an attempt to try to avoid the stereotypes of a portrayal of the character. So I in no way was trying to imply that I was experiencing the same grief or the same stage of grief as Tanya, but I definitely had my own that I was encountering. And it was interesting to discover while performing and working during the rehearsal process.
Thank you. Thank you so much. This question is for Professor Feast. What was the most challenging aspect of researching the Wilson German ancestry?
Well, as I indicated, there was not much to go on. I went to the Pittsburgh archives and found some of the personal documents, but then it was I had no connection to any of the family members. Now I did speak to the eldest daughter of the eldest sister of August Wilson in Pittsburgh still, but she didn't know much about the German part. So I was lucky enough to find on the internet the name Kittel in Ohio, and just went there and talked to them, and that made all the difference.
Okay. Professor Feast, another request. Could you put the photo up again and identify the
yes, of course.
Is there a little arrow there? Do I see like a little arrow?
No, I cannot. Oh, yes, I can. Can you see the arrow?
I see a little arrow.
Yes.
Is it the gentleman in the back row on the far right?
Yes, on the far left from my side.
Oh,
anyway,
does he have like a spotted tie?
Let's put it this way. Let's put it this way. The middle man is really August Wilson's father at age 18. And see, that is him. And on the left hand, on his right hand side, yes, is where I point the arrow now, is his older brother, Emil, the one that went to Ohio.
Okay.
And he became the patriarch of the American family, really. And on the other side of Fred Kittel is the brother who died early in Pittsburgh, Erdmann, about whom we know next to nothing. On the down, from my part on the left-hand side is the father, Anton Kittel, and his son, also called Anton, who also became a blacksmith and vanished into first the American West and later to Latin America. And we've never found any trace of him again.
Wow. Thank you. Now I'm getting Annalise, do you see any comparison in how August Wilson handles gender identity reflected in the struggles we have today with how we define gender identity?
Sure. I think that there's a lot of kind of timeless elements in how August Wilson handles this. Especially, I'm really fascinated with Rose and Troy in particular. The way that Rose she's bound by this idea of kind of motherhood and being a wife and what should that be. And later on, when she starts to define herself in her own way, as Shannon points out, she is still defining herself in a kind of a motherhood capacity. And I think that's a really interesting kind of element of gender identity that I think a lot of women encounter in terms of, am I defining myself? Am I defining myself by a different role? And the same kind of goes for Troy in that I think men are often told that their job is to be a provider, and that really kind of informs his struggle with who he is.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. This question is for Professor Ross again. How do female actors of color protect their emotional selves when they are so often portrayed in grief-laden, strong, world-weary, struggling roles?
Thank you for that question. That is what I was trying to figure out during the process. And for me, I think it begins with acknowledgement and giving yourself space to feel whatever it is that you feel for the character that you are portraying. I think oftentimes as actors, especially actors of color, there's always this wrestle with being authentic with whatever emotion you're feeling, particularly if that is anger. And sometimes you just have to give yourself room to be just that, because you need to express it. And in doing so, your truth is going to give access to the truth of the character's story.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that answer. Professor Feast, do you know, was August close to his father's side of the family? How much of the story that you told did August know, or do you know, did he know? You said that the relatives in Germany eventually learned that they were
to
August, and they were very proud of that. But how about the other way?
Yeah, well, of course, this bit about the German family being proud is much recent. This is now, because once they have heard about the connection, they didn't know about this connection at all for decades. And as to August Wilson, I don't know much about that. He probably he must have learned something from his father about his brothers in Pittsburgh. I'm sure he did. But then I know only from the Ohio Kittel side. The man I talked to, which was a grandson of Emil, who as a very young child met Fred Kittel, that is the father of August Wilson, in his home in Pittsburgh, and found him a very amiable and nice enough person, even though he realized that the family somehow didn't like this idea of Fred Kittel having children with a black woman. This was open racism, obviously, and so Fred Kittel was kind of ostracized on the German side, but he was also not very liked in the course of events on the black side, and so so he found himself right in the middle and ended up, I think, as a kind of a tragic figure himself, the father.
Thank you.
And I still wonder what impact this had on August Wilson.
Yeah.
And this is an open question, one of the many open questions.
Thank you. Annalise, this question is for you. To what extent are you taking the history of slavery and racial injustice into the ways in which the characters understand their gender roles?
Yeah, that's a super, super great and interesting question, because, I mean, it's absolutely certain that the characters in August Wilson are coming from a history of captivation, of diaspora, and being inserted into a world where really their identities and their agency wasn't respected for a very long time, and arguably is still not respected to the extent it should be. And that is certainly an influence on their characters in that they were forced into and surrounded by a certain community of being, a certain way of thinking and understanding oneself. And I think that really, in some ways, informs their personal struggles with their identity in terms of, like I'd mentioned, how they kind of reaffirm their African-American identities, and that's where they find their healing. I think a lot of that European influence is coming from the history of slavery and racial injustice.
Thank you. Thank you so much. This is an interesting question for you, Professor Ross. What current playwrights do you feel have nailed portraying Wilson's African-American women in new ways?
I would say Dominique Morisseau. She's one of my new favorite playwrights. Just her work. An example would be Blood at the Root, and just a portrayal of women and giving them, I think August Wilson does give space and give voice to women, but having a woman to write through the lens and to portray that has been interesting for me to read. I also enjoy Pipeline. She has a 10-minute play called Night Vision, where she's actually is influenced by what happened with Trayvon Martin. And to see that and how it manifests similarly to how August Wilson did the same thing with the social disparities happening in Pittsburgh has been interesting for me to read, as well as to gain material from to portray.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, well, we are just about out of time. We're going to have a brief 5-minute break. Thank you so much, all of you, for such a diverse, it was so fascinating, all the different angles of your presentation. We're going to have a brief 5-minute break, and when we return, we're going to hear the keynote address from Michelle Shea. Looking forward to that, and looking forward to this afternoon in the Colloquium.
Thank you, Ellen.
Bye-bye. Take care.
Thank you.
1, 2.
walk hand in hand.
We'll walk hand in hand.
We'll walk hand in hand today. Oh, deep
in my heart,
in my heart,
deep in my
I do believe.
I do.
You know, I really, really do believe.
I believe
We shall overcome someday.
da boo doo da babe doo da do be up da be up. A baby baba bo da do da be da be do dee. We do do be do da do 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 da do do da ba hit. Be do 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 da de ba do do da bo do da de do dee da dee da dee da dee
that we shall live in peace.
Hello, everyone. I am Denise J. Hart, board member of the August Wilson Society, and it is my great honor and great pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Michelle Shea. Michelle is an award-winning actress and director, recipient of the National Black Theater Festival's 2019 Lloyd Richards Award, perhaps best known for her Tony Award-nominated performance as Louise in August Wilson's Seven Guitars. A CMU graduate, Michelle Shea is a Fox Grant recipient researching performance, healing, and the human energy system. She teaches acting at NYU's New Studio, Tisch School of the Arts, Columbia's MFA program, and soon at USC Los Angeles. She has directed a number of August Wilson's plays, including Two Trains Running, King Hedley II, Fences, Gem of the Ocean, Seven Guitars, Joe Turner's Come and Gone, The Piano Lesson, as well as Two Trains Running and King Hedley II for the New York Public Radio recordings of August Wilson's American Century Cycle at the Green Space. Other shows include Reparations, a Delco Award for Direction, The Old Settler starring Pauletta Washington, a Delco Award for Best Revival, August Wilson's Women for the Billie Holiday Theater in Brooklyn and the Goodman Theater in Chicago, Issa Davis's Bull Rusher, Blue Stockings by Jessica Swale, Gloria by Brandon Jacobs Jennings, Wedding Band, and Blues for an Alabama Sky. She has also played Aunt Esther in Gem of the Ocean, in productions directed by Kenny Leon, Felicia Rashad, and Ruben Santiago Hudson. Mame Wilkes in the world premiere production of Radio Golf at Yale, directed by Timothy Douglas. She has taught acting August Wilson workshops at Yale, Juilliard, Brown, NYU, and at the Actors Center. On Broadway, Raisin in the Sun, directed by Kenny Leon, Sam R. Williams' Home with the New York Negro Ensemble Company, into Zaki Shangays for Colored Girls. Ms. Shea is also a member of the Actors Center workshop company founded by J. Michael Miller in New York City. She has served on theater panels for the National Endowment for the Arts, New York and New Jersey State Arts Council, Board of TCG, National Alliance of Acting Teachers, and the game-changing funding organization for sustaining Black theaters, the Black Seed. Currently, she serves as acting coach on the upcoming television series Swagger, created by Reggie Bythewood for Apple TV. Michelle, welcome to the Colloquium.
Thank you, Denise. And what an honor it is to be here with y'all. I've been listening in between going to set, and everything sounds magnificent. As you can tell, I have spent a lot of time being with August in person, and then just like everyone else in the Colloquium, spending time delving into the secret soul of him. My favorite quote of August is, writing for me is like walking down the landscape of the self, and you have to be willing to confront whatever you find there and your baggage that you carry with your weapons, or the small imperial truths that you have unencumbered over your life. That's all you have. And hopefully you will emerge from the landscape with a greater and more illuminating truth. That quote really means a lot to me, because this concept of self and identity is so huge for us. And especially today, we're grappling with that. And I have been having conversations with my good friend and sister, Erin Michelle Washington, at Spelman College about these things for over 2 years now, wondering about where we are in terms of my generation, where she is at her generation, and what we're seeing in the young people. The nature of the time that we're living in is something I think that we've never really quite seen before. It is
a time that is riddled with trauma. And one of Erin's favorite quotes from August is Balboa, where is it now? Balboa, the streets that Balboa walked were his private ocean, and Balboa was drowning. So this concept of drowning in trauma is part of what we're dealing with. When I was invited to do this talk, and I wanted to think about what I wanted to speak about, the thing that came up for me was the idea of exorcism, being able to, once and for all, hopefully, get rid of the burden of racism and what that has put on us, and looking for the ways in which portraying August Wilson's characters, designing productions, teaching about him can help mitigate that in terms of opening windows to how people see themselves, experience each other, and open their entire psyche to not being bound by the definitions that have been given to us. Anna DeVere Smith talks about this with her work, that everything that she does is trying to create the space for people to exist outside of the boundaries that we have been given. So I'm going to speak to you today from several different positions. I've been and am an actress. I am a director and a developing director in terms of learning how to do August. I am an acting teacher who uses August scenes in class and designed acting August Wilson workshops, which I've done with all kinds of people in all kinds of circumstances. And aside from all of those things, I'm also a healer. I've become that from exploring the human energy system through my Fox grant. So that means that I've been learning about the connection that happens outside of our bodies and inside when we're together. When Margaret was talking earlier, she has you clap your hands and hold them together and put them a few inches apart. And hopefully you could feel the space and the energy there. So the first time I experienced this kind of energy actually was being dropped down a rabbit hole when I was in an inspired, creative state when I was acting. It was the first time that I experienced myself much bigger than any concept I had. Inside there was spontaneity and freedom and a full range of emotions that I hadn't even planned on. And I became very, very curious about this space inside that was only possible, it seemed, through acting itself. And so I went looking around for classes where I could find out how I could systematically get into this space. During that same time, I also was introduced to meditation. And when I experienced meditation for the first time, it was at something called an intensive, in which the possibility of this energy, spiritual energy, being awakened, the Kundalini Shakti, was there. And so when I was doing the mantra, I suddenly, again, dropped into a place inside of me that was so vast that I literally got dropped into an ocean of love coming from inside. There was no person causing that to happen. It was happening inside me. And at the moment that that happened, I saw an image inside of myself as a very large, very dark Black woman. And I started singing, humming, like we do with spirituals. And as I hummed over and over again, the waves of love that I was feeling inside, the feeling I got was that thousands of years of sadness had dissolved in joy. And when I had that experience, I connected it to the source of creativity and I put them together. And the reason I'm telling you this is because then it started to change how I experienced performing. And I also was playing around with, because I'm curious, with the concept of living more than one life after having that experience. So I went and took little, past life classes. And in one of them, one of the things that I experienced was dropping into a place where I was a slave in America. I don't know what state it was, but I literally was feeling this inside of my body. And what was happening was that I had been so abused and I was so exhausted from being overworked and mistreated that I was trying to will myself to die. And people around me were trying to get me not to die. And I was using everything inside of me to try and do that. And I tell you this just to let you know what I discovered, that the concept of who we are and the significance of being Black in this country is much bigger than I could ever have imagined. One of the other writers that is like really meaningful to me is Ntozake Shange. I did several of her plays. I did For Color Girls, A Photograph, and Spell Number 7. And in the workshop version of Spell Number 7, there's a speech called White Girl, and Mary Alice was in the company when we were exploring this workshop with Zaki as she was developing it, and Oz Scott was directing. And this particular monologue was really, really full of rage, a lot of rage. And this particular time that we were in rehearsal, I was watching Mary do the speech, and all of a sudden I saw this dark cloud rise up out of her as she was expressing all this anger and rage, and I watched it move across the room. And as that happened, I noticed that I was feeling better because she was expressing the rage. And then all of a sudden, I was able to make a connection between the power of emotion when we work to literally exorcise the baggage that we feel out of how we've been treated, with injustice. This is part of the reason why I now think horror films are really good for us to do, because it gives us a chance to get all of that anger out of our bodies, or at least some of it, because you see acts of aggression that would not be allowed really in normal life, but we get that emotion off of us. So when I had that experience, it started me to think very, very differently about the use of emotion. And so when I got my grant and I started to learn about the healing energy of the body and became more susceptible to subtle energy, that is about the time that I was introduced to August. When I first got introduced to August, in the Seven Guitars Company, I was totally intimidated by them because of how they naturally spoke the language. And it took me a minute to find my place in it. But where I found my place was in my own history. I was born in Tuskegee, Alabama, raised in Mississippi and Louisiana, transplanted to New Jersey. And so all of those things directly impacted me. My father died when I was young. My mother raised us. And so I started to create Louise out of what I knew about her and what August told me about a woman who was lonely. And because we were doing Seven Guitars, the first thing I did was listen to guitar music. and tried to find what guitar she was. And so from that, I began to tune in to the rhythms that he had created, the dynamic rhythms that he had created that were available in the play. And then also I was able to connect to the soul of the character from what wasn't in the play. Later, when I directed Seven Guitars, even after doing it for 2 years, I directed it 3 times, and each time I still am discovering more and more about it. So in particular, there were a couple of things that hit me about this, in which the whole idea of, again, exorcism is placed. One of my favorite scenes, which was one of the hardest scenes to do, is the scene after Floyd runs off in 2-3, where he finds out about Mr. Hall running off with his money and being in jail, and he doesn't come home, and everybody's sitting around waiting. So it was very difficult to find what the action was in that. And then I realized that it was waiting, and then the whole concept of time was there. And what I want to refer to is Vera's speech when Louise says, "Vera, you look sleepy." And she talks about how she spent the night. And what I discovered was that in order to find the full impact of that speech, the actress needed to do nothing and only allow the space of each image to rise up so that you could experience it. So trusting that in August is a way to let the power come out. I didn't go to bed till 3:45. I was waiting on Floyd. Time I laid down, everything was quiet and still. It stayed that way for a long time. Then it started. Can't read my little thing here. Then it started to move a little bit. You could hear the birds flying. They make a noise when they flap their wings. Then they started to sing. I started getting mad till I realized that it was daylight. The whole night had passed and I didn't even know it. Floyd never did come. So hopefully you can see that if you take your time and allow each image to sink in, you can feel the weight of what happened to her during that time. And no place else in the play is the opportunity for that kind of thing to happen. The other thing that I was interested in exploring in Seven Guitars was Headley. Just like with August, Headley became my favorite character, really, who he was. And part of my background is Haitian, so we had a cousin that would talk about Toussaint Louverture just like he knew him. He was still alive. So the sense of the pride that's in that character is something that I feel is really, really important in terms of self-knowledge and the battle between who he knows himself to be and then what he has to deal with all the time. There's a regalness that I think that's in him. And then in terms of his spirituality, wanting to be a big man like Jesus Christ was a big man. Being a big man is something that shows up in the cycle several times. But that longing in him, which he tells to Ruby, who I think, among other things, is a very good listener. she's the only one that gets to hear that. She is the only one that he treats like she is a queen, the Queen of Sheba. A biblical reference, yes, but a queen, nevertheless, talking to a woman who has not been treated like a queen. She's been treated like an object, but not like a queen. So I'm wondering if in that interpretation, then it helps to raise and lift some understanding and experience. So part of what I think can help us in terms of exorcising racism is what we use in interpretation to highlight in what August has written. That plus really, really taking time to get very clear about what his intention is and not putting anything on it, but rather trying to reveal it and enhance it. And for me, this aspect of how are we kings and queens? How can we reveal that in what we do is part of what's there. So this idea of highlighting that in him creates a beautiful innocence and touching sensuality in him that helps to, I think, to create a stronger connection between the two of them, so that later when he's being a warrior and she comes down to quiet him down, and he chastises her for not accepting his invitation to be the mother of the Messiah, and reminding her about who she is, then that invitation to be that person is part of what can invite her to surrender and give herself to him. That's part of what I saw there. August Wilson said somewhere, I think it was to Lou Bellamy, that his words are incantations and that the right word in the wrong place can create all kinds of havoc. Well, just like Margaret was talking about, the vowel sounds carry emotion and also are connected to the energy centers in our bodies, of which we have 7 primary energy centers or databases that start from the top of our head, at our forehead, our throat, where she was talking about the blue. It's to inhale the blue, which is the color that goes with that energy center. The heart center, the stomach center, your GPS system, your gut, which is where most of us function from. The sensuality and creativity center, which is 2 inches below the belly button. And finally, at the base of the spine is our sense of embodiedhood and physicality and also security. So all of those things are affected automatically when we use our voices, when we move, and when we engage with music, which was part of what they were talking about in the dramaturgy. These centers can either be open, closed, or blocked by what I've found acting, which is really amazing, is that when a playwright like August Wilson gives you something that's so profound, encoded, it's like an energy blanket. And literally the sounds in it can liberate your own system, and also anybody listening can also be liberated from anything that they're going through, because there is a vibration to each emotional state. There's a book called Power versus Force, which literally lists the decibels that each emotional frequency is. When we're open and available to that, especially like using our heart chakra, here, the heart center, speaking from your heart through the mind, the intelligence, and through the voice, which is the place of speaking your truth. When we do that, the impact on the audience is 100% greater. That's why I wanted to learn about all this stuff, because I was interested in how we could have a greater influence on the audience. Also, when that is awakened in the work, then the sense of the sacred, the sense of the king and the queen shows up automatically without the actor having to do anything, because the truth is that it's hardwired in us. It is our birthright. That sense of dignity and integrity is already there. And one of the things that I feel that distinguishes us as people of color, as Black people, is that there is less of a schism between our heads, our hearts, and our emotions and our bodies than there is in European. Because in Western culture, the mind has been separated from the rest of the body. And so therefore, we use much more intellect. And August Wilson cannot work without you being engaged in a full body way. Some students find a problem with this because they end up just being engaged in the head. And so therefore, there's no information coming to them from the rest of their body. In working with students, this is one of the things that is an interesting process to do, is to very gently find a way to connect them to the pain. There is a huge resistance, and understandably so, in the youngest generations to feel deeply the kind of pain that we've had to. With what's happened with George Floyd, that may have changed, but certainly I have found in teaching that you have to, like going into a pool of water, gently allow the body to be willing to be open to experience the levels of pain that are there because of the circumstances of racism. One of the experiences that I had also with this was in directing Fences at University of North Carolina School of the Arts. The lead actor in that was having problems playing Troy because it was too close to his life. So there's something called family constellation therapy, which deals with what's called morphic resonance. It was a man named Rupert Sheldrake wrote a book, Why Dogs Know When Their Master's Coming Home, where he talks about there is an impression that's in the air automatically that's a collective energy from anything that's happened. Actually, I find, like, being here in Richmond, Virginia, where we've been shooting, you go to different areas and it's pregnant with the energy of everything that's happened before. Harriet was filmed down here. You can feel that that's there. I'm from Tuskegee. When I drive into Tuskegee, like the trees are pregnant with all the history that's there. Energetically, it's being held. And so this man, Bert Hellinger, created this thing called Family Constellation based on this idea that in families, if something happened and somebody was missing, that another person could stand in the place of them and get the information about whatever was missing and cause the love that was missing to come back into the family. So in Europe, there were artists that were experimenting with this and using it with plays. So out of curiosity, I found someone in North Carolina who did this. And for this young actor, we created a constellation for Troy. And what happens is that the person whose constellation it is gets to place everybody where they want them to be. And so he placed each character, including his child, in a formation around him. And then he could feel other people present. And we were able to include Troy's father and his grandfather energetically for information about that. And I had the experience, much to my surprise, of being the oldest child's mother, who's not in the play, but talked about. So what happened was that energetically something shifted for this young man, and he was finally able to do the part. So I'm almost at time. So I tell you what, let me just stop now. And I have a lot more information, I'll just tell you one more story. with NYU grad acting, they use Joe Turner's Come and Gone. They examine that. And so I get invited to come and do scenes with them from Joe Turner's Come and Gone. And I thought, how can you do this play without having everybody experience partially who Loomis is? So one of the things I did was I found this spiritual that I just love, because I know I've been changed. And so everybody learned that and sang that together, because the class had both Black and white and Asian students in it. So there were things that were foreign to them about doing this. So when we sang that, the notes and the words opened them up to certain emotions that just became apparent to them in a historic way that they wouldn't have done had they not had that experience. They gave themselves full-heartedly to it, even though their background was not that. Then the other thing that I did was I created an exercise using something called rasa boxes, which is an Indian aesthetic theatrical game created by somebody named Richard Schechner, in which there's basically almost like a checkerboard of all the primary emotions, so that each one of them, sadness, anger, courage, disgust, rage, awe and wonder, happiness, all of those things are there. And you step into each one of them like going to a pool of water, and you go deeply into it. And as you move through them, you move from one square to the other, you change emotions, and then you also can create chords of emotion. So what the kids did was they had pencil and paper, and they drew in each square what their relationship was to that. They had lines from the last scene in Act 1, where Loomis is in the water with the people coming out of the water with the bones. And they went through that text and moved through the text using each of those things, opening themselves up to whatever emotion showed up. And it gave them some kind of vocabulary to begin to experience some sense of it. And it changed them. Now, that was an experiment, y'all. And it ended up being a really profound experience for everyone. And it didn't even matter that everyone there wasn't Black. And even saying things to them like, there was like an African student in that class. And he was saying that he could not even relate to the circumstance. And then I started to say to him, imagine what it would be like if you were suddenly taken from your home, bound and put in a boat, and you're moving far away from land. You don't see any land anywhere. You don't know where you're going, and you're wondering where your God is. How have you been forsaken? What did you do? Anything like that. And all of a sudden, he began to cry because he suddenly got it, because he missed Africa so much. And somehow, just using the imagination like that helped to open up in him that kind of experience. I have more to tell you, but let me just stop because I'm at time and take some questions.
Ms. Shea.
Yes.
Absolutely profound. I am so incredibly intrigued. I too am a huge Wilson fan. I had the lovely honor of meeting him as a young playwright, a student at Howard University, and he sat and was so willing and free to share with me. And one of his messages was, to keep writing, to keep working. And so I just jotted down several notes here. We do have some questions. I just wanted to just mention the message. Words are incantations because words are magical. They carry and transmit that energy. And the work you're doing with the students around the energy centers, I do have a question, but I have something that I just wanted to mention. I'm not sure if you're familiar with or have heard of yet of the Black Acting Methods text anthology by Dr. Luckett. And what you are saying feels so much to me like it is in that realm. Would you care to maybe dialogue a bit about that, the Black acting methods as a center of methodology?
Well, I mean, where we are in terms of acting training, because I'm also part of something called the National Alliance of Acting Teachers. You know, everything blew up with George Floyd. So there's a complete revamping of how acting training is done, period, that's being explored. And that includes looking at how can we really bring our culture into the heart of the training. And see, the thing is, because I also am a part of something called the Black Arts Institute, what I find where it's the kids are learning everything from our culture, from our culture. Yes, and so that there is a wholeness that happens. There's an integrity that happens. That sense of security and getting rid of trauma, it's like it's essential for us to do at this point. And the Black acting methods, you watch, it's going to become more and more prominent.
Fantastic.
As we go forward.
Okay, let's jump into some questions we have a lot of, so.
Oh, I bet.
So we'll get to, if not all of them, most of them. Let's see, is that a kind of exorcism in the play in King Hedley II when Hedley constructs and plays the stringed instrument? Do you see that as a sort of, the question is that a kind of an exorcism at work at that point in the play?
I would say that that's an invocation, because that's the Our Father. So it's like August, he switches them from, doing action, trying to get ahead in the world, into the most important values, remembering his mother, which is, there's a deepness, heart center that happens, and him playing that starts to cause something else to happen in Floyd. It could be a kind of, I guess you could call it maybe
an exorcism, and it could also have a dual energy.
Yes.
Yeah, as he moves through the processing of it.
Right, because I also think that I just want to say, for example, one of the things that I've discovered in terms of, because people always get, accused of being angry, quote unquote. Yeah. So what I found through the work with the Rossas is that if you add another emotion to it, beside the anger, then it changes how you're perceived and you're received. So if you're angry and have love at the same time, that's one thing. If you're angry and have courage at the same time,
right.
If you're angry and have courage and sadness at the same time, all of that changes the vibration. But if you're playing just angry,
right.
People feel the fire and they back off. So we don't want that to happen.
Completely understand. Next question, Ms. Shea, thank you for sharing something so powerful and personal. I'm curious if you've ever done mask work. It has a sort of magical quality that is similar to what you described.
Yes, I have, but I haven't done it with August.
Okay. Okay.
But when I was at University of North Carolina in the arts, some of my students, they have a really strong mask teacher there. Okay. They employed using mask work as their own rehearsal technique.
Fantastic. Next question. What August Wilson work allows you to connect most deeply to the existential spiritual experience that you've had?
Oh, Aunt Esther. Gem of the Ocean. Gem of the Ocean is my favorite. Yeah, it's a bottomless pit of discovery and a million challenges. And I played Aunt Esther 5 times.
Wow.
And directed it once. So Aunt Esther is the biggest teacher because she's a huge archetype and she speaks to whoever plays her in a different way. But it's profound, life-changing experience doing her.
Ooh, you gave me chills. Next question. Do you plan to do more productions or workshops in Los Angeles?
Yes, I'm moving back to Los Angeles from New York after I finish, like next week.
Right. Okay. That's quite exciting. I'm sure that the LA folks will look forward to that. Also, Professor, do you have more recommended readings or resources for perhaps understanding chakras or meditation, specifically though for performers?
I invite whoever wants to know that to just email me, and I can be in conversation with them. And you can use my email address at NYU, ms6032 at nyu.edu.
Very generous, and thank you so much. We just heard from Miss Ross, who spoke to the role of African American women in theater. What are your thoughts on how African American women are portrayed on film and stage, and where, for example, is there opportunity for growth in that part of the industry?
It is the time of the woman, and we need to own the the divine feminine power in all of us. We need to make peace with it and own with it. I find that as women, we tend to need to talk to each other. And I say, you need to hear some woman tell you, you go girl, to help you be brave enough to step out into the areas that you have not, done before. But we have many, everywhere you look now, women are getting hired and doing everything. We just need to use the position well, and just be mindful about what you create beyond whatever text you're given, that you create somebody with integrity, no matter what the writer does.
Fantastic. Now we are at the end of our current question. So I really would love, because you sound like you have at least 2 more really good stories. I would love to hand it back over to you for just about another 10 or so minutes. And then we perhaps will close out with another question from our audience. Is that okay with you?
Yes. Yes.
All right.
See what everyone. Okay.
Let's hear it.
So, I think that I want to tell you guys this one, because I'm telling you stories that I usually only tell a select few today. It's just been very, very private, but I feel that I want to see us truly use our art and use August to help get out of the hole that we have been in personally and worldwide around this issue of racism, and to discover the power and freedom within us, I think is part of August's message. And so part of what we can do when we interpret him is to reveal the strategy of the complexity of being Black, so that they can literally watch how the character is figuring out how to solve whatever problem they're in and owning their choices. So I'm going to tell you this other story, because this idea of not being connected to Africa or not being connected to our past is something that just is not true. Who we are is much, much bigger than what we think. We are Rolls Royces running around acting like Chevrolets. That's my little joke about that. But I have developed being able to be a healer from the 3, 4 different modalities that I have learned in pursuit of becoming a master craftsman on stage. And so I have clients at times. So in LA, an actress came to me complaining about depression and having suicidal tendencies. And so at that time, it was not COVID. So she was laying on my massage table, and I was doing what's called chelations, transpersonal energy healing, placing my hands on different parts of her body. And what I have discovered, because I have developed subtle sense perception, all of us have it. It's not magical. Everybody can learn it. When you open it up, then you feel it, just like doing this. So when I put my hands on her body started to tell me things. We use parts of our body like file cabinets. You may have your children in your calves. You may have your father in the thigh. You may have your husband in a kneecap, all these different things, and your ancestors in your feet. So, and they make a lot of noise, either stopping you or encouraging you to go forward. Anyway, so this person, I put my hands on her body, and as I was working on her, I was starting to a story started to emerge about her during slavery time. As I felt compelled to tell her what I was getting from this story, her body was reacting and she was saying things back to me. So for the sake of time, I'm going to shorten that part to let you know the story was that she was an amazing African woman, very, very beautiful, full of integrity and everything. And she was pregnant by the master. And this was very disconcerting to her because it was wrong. She already had 2 of her own children. And so this was very disconcerting. And so what came up in my hands that was so amazing to me is that this master was so enamored and enthralled by her that he just had to have her. He just had to have her because of her state of being as an African woman. It wasn't just physical, it was everything about her, her spirituality, everything about her. He just couldn't help himself. And so that's why he took her. She was struggling with all of this, struggling. And what she ended up doing in that life was drowning herself in a well. All of this is coming up while I'm touching her body. And she is responding, crying, etc. So she ends up dying in the well. Her children are distraught that she did that. And so I asked her the question, which is like common when you do a past life regression kind of thing. Why did you go through all of that? And the answer, she said, was, I did it for those who are to come. And I've never been able to forget that. So what we are doing is for those who are to come. We are living in a time where we have children that are leaders. We have movies where Black people are superheroes, have superpowers, series about children that have superpowers. So we need to come into the awareness of our true greatness and step into it while still being mindful, I think, of where we've been, how we've been, so that we can exorcise the pain and keep the wisdom. My dream would be to see us all in a huge stadium doing a complete tribal ceremony honoring all the Black people that have given their lives for all of time in a sacred ritual, including grief and honoring them so they can rest. What August says in Gem of the Ocean, remember me, is what they want. They speak through us. We are what they've imagined, and they have gone through so much for us, and it's time for us to get it done and be great. That's it. That's my last story.
Hey, no problem. I am here for all of it. I just was jotting down some notes.
This is probably something very different from you all expected, but it was on me to say.
Love it.
I had to tell the truth.
Love the unexpected, and the truth is always better. Truth is always better, the foundation of truth. That question that prompted this, I think, from one of the guests earlier about what had the most existential impact on you in terms of its existential spiritual component. And so you've returned us to some degree to Gem of the Ocean and this notion of we are not detached. We are not as distant as we have perhaps been made to believe by the by histories included and unincluded, intentionally discluded from our historic experiences and history classes And even just in literature in general, English class, we cover history when we study something like Shakespeare, etc. And so, so we do have a question, but I did just jot down here, remember me. I just find that to be so profound. And one of my most favorite plays of Wilson's is Joe Turner's Come and Gone.
Mhm.
And so that is a component that, you know, my belief is that Loomis the attempt was to erase him,
Mhm.
to erase him from his family, to erase his truth from his lineage, and to be able to legacy that to his children and so on and so forth. And then this notion of him connecting to his center, his newfound sense of purpose, or perhaps reconnected purpose, so that he could be remembered and remembered, or put back
Mhm.
together.
Put back together.
Right,
Beautifully
back
said.
together. So we do have a question. We're getting ready to close out here, but so one of our guests has this question: how do you? I get this question a lot myself as well. I've done my fair share of teaching acting as well. How do you protect yourself emotionally, being on the receiving end of tapping into the history and feelings of others? Pretty much that's acting, right?
Well, I'd use spiritual things, you know, in terms of we're made out of sound and light. So I teach my students exercises to literally cover yourself in white light. White light has all the colors of the rainbow in it, because each of our energy centers has a corresponding color. And then say a protective prayer that appeals to you, to ask for protection. Because the thing is that what we realize is speaking brings into being something. So to reconnect with the power of your own word is, I'm getting chills saying it is very important to know that you can invocate and command through your speech, and know that it can happen, you know. So that's part of what August gives us, is we reclaim our power. We reclaim our power through his words.
Very, very important. This particularly this notion, everything that you said, but I want to cherry pick out this covering with a white light. And we don't have to reserve this, for example, through an acting. This can just be being out in public.
Yes.
Perhaps you are part of a movement, and you go before a group of people to speak about injustices. Cover yourself with that white light.
Absolutely.
And that act of invocate that word, right? Putting that into practice. We have another question here. How do we ensure that we are caring for the relationship with the ancestors as people of arts? And I kind of feel like this sort of circles us back to that work around Black acting methods, because I think that this question is at the center, or at the foundation of that work really coming to the forefront. How would you respond to that?
That you would create some kind of, again, a ritual where you either mentally say something to them, acknowledging them. You can create a physical space for that. I always declare a space when I come into it. I invite them into the space I'm working in, you know, call upon them. I called upon all the Wilsonian soldiers today to be with me while I was talking, to be brave enough to say these things to you guys. So, you know, I call upon them because I believe that they're, in fact, I've never told anybody this either, but the first time I did on Esther at ACT opening night, I was terrified because I'm in such awe of her and the play. And so people told me that they saw people, energy behind me, people behind me, supporting me from my back. So, you know, behind us is our will, the front of us is emotion, and above us is reason. And so call upon your will and call your ancestors to be at your back to support you. And you will feel it. You will feel it. We are not alone.
I love it.
Not alone.
I love it. I'll add on, if I may. I even have photos of my ancestors my family. My uncle just transitioned, and I got a gift of a picture of him. He had a twin, and I got a picture of he and my other uncle, who are both deceased, from 1951 as Boy Scouts. And I framed it and put it on my console in the mornings. I say, "Hey, uncles, how y'all," and I speak their names. So our immediate and past ancestors, that power. We have as you said, speak their names, invoke them in the space. One more question. We're coming up on the tail end here.
Okay, but I gotta tell you one quick story. The other thing, this has to do with August. Also, the first time I was playing Aunt Esther, I was having trouble learning how to fold a boat. I would get most of it, then the last part I didn't get. And I literally felt like he was behind me and he showed me how to do that boat. It's like his energy did. And I feel him whispering in my ear when I direct too.
Love it. Love it. All right. From our audience, what is your recommendation for actors to tap into the vulnerability to allow them to tap into spiritual and ancestral strength?
First of all, make the request that you would like to do that. Read about how to do it. And really fall in love with your breath. Relax into breathing and sound, and find music that awakens that in you.
All right, everyone. So I'm going to do my best here. Make the request.
Yes. In other words, just say, this is what I want to do. I just believe in asking out loud. Say, y'all, this is what I want to do. Help me. Somebody help me.
Fall in line.
Yes. And your breath, see, because when you inhale, when you all the way inhale, it connects you to your emotions. Mm-hmm. When you drop the breath down into the base of your body, and then all the way up to the top of your head, our spiritual center is right here. Even if you put your hands up in the air just like this, you will start to feel life force energy, chi, coming through. That opens the 7th chakra, and you literally pour it down through your body. It's that easy. We're Rolls Royces acting like Chevrolets, okay? So we begin to do that, and read about it. I wouldn't want you to do it like without some knowledge,
All right, our wrap-up question. You work with bringing spirituality, energy, and light into the work of the actor. Your work is very impactful. How do you connect with students and actors who do not believe in spirituality?
Because I honor wherever anybody is, but that's why all these little games let you know that you are more than that. But even that little game of touching your hands and going like that, Michael Chekhov's work, who's a regular established acting method, uses energy and spirituality, quiet as it's kept. Stanislavski uses spirituality, quiet as it's kept. It's there. Even parts of viewpoints, it's there embedded in all the work we do, because it's in the language. It's in everything we do, our practices. It shows up on its own.
So as we are hopefully fast approaching post-COVID, or at least a new iteration, how can folks learn where you're going to have workshops in Los Angeles? Because you said you're heading back there pretty soon.
Yes, I won't be teaching that I might be teaching right away on with the National Association of Acting Teachers, but just email me, I guess. And then I have a website, www.michelleshea.com, and you can email me from that too.
Michelle Shea, MicheleShay.com, folks.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Shea, you have made my afternoon. And certainly from all the robust questions we received from our audience, you have made the afternoon of many of us.
Oh, good.
So very much. I mean, this was a great, delicious surprise. I really appreciate it. Thank you for being our keynote speaker this afternoon.
Thank you, Denise. It was an utter delight to be talking to you. And thank you, Sandra, for inviting me.
What the world needs now is love, sweet love.
only think that there's just too little love. What the world needs now is love, sweet love. No, not just for song, but for everyone. Everyone. Love, 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 love. So much arguing, no one's listening. Nobody wants to give love a try. It's so easy to see the slighted view of the beauty we hold inside. Exclusion, confusion, illusion keeps us apart. But if we have love, sweet love, it connects us heart to heart, to heart, to heart, to heart. Tanisha Anderson, Tanisha Harris, Elisha Thomas, Shelley Frey. Nameless violence, shameless consciousness, stealing innocent souls away. I don't know about you, but I can keep watching babies cry, can keep watching people try to break us down. But if we have love, sweet love, we can sing a sweeter song, sing a sweeter song. Love, 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 love. What the world needs now. Love, love, love. Yeah. Love, love, love. It's so sweet love. Every day.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us as we continue this amazing day of discussions about August Wilson's amazing work. Ms. Shea, thank you again. I'm being a Rolls Royce as I ride into the rest of my day and into this wonderful next session. Please join me, you all, in welcoming two of our esteemed colleagues. First speaking will be Professor Alan Nadel, whom will share with us his wonderful discussion of literal ghost and figurative humanity in August Wilson's Supernatural. Professor Nadel is the Bryan Chair in American Literature and Culture at the University of Kentucky. Following Professor Nadel's wonderful conversation, we will hear from Professor David McGill, who is the Professor and Chair of the Department of English and Modern Languages at Longwood University. Professor McGill will discuss post-civil rights activism in August Wilson's American Century Cycle. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. Professor Nadel, it's so great to hear from you.
Yeah, it's good to see you, Ladrika. How you doing?
Well,
okay.
Good to see you.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you all for having me here. I'm really happy to do this. Let me just very quickly say that this is about 25% of a longer essay that will be coming out in a volume that I'm co-editing with Ann Hall of the University of Louisville on ghosts in drama. So this is a small part of that. And I'll just start in. If Wilson's cycle abounds with ghosts, outside of the piano lesson, he most explicitly employs them in Gem of the Ocean. That play, set in Aunt Esther's house in 1904, is initiated by the death of Garrett Brown. He jumped into the river, Aunt Esther's assistant Eli explains. They say he stole a bucket of nails. He say he didn't do it. They having his funeral today. The play starts when Citizen Barlow, new to Pittsburgh, has come to Aunt Esther seeking redemption because he was the person who actually stole the nails. This implicates Barlow in the spiritually charged world of Aunt Esther, Eli, and Aunt Esther's other assistant, Black Mary. In Aunt Esther's house, we also see enacted the conflict between two antagonists, Black Mary's semi-estranged brother, Caesar, and Solly Two Kings, an independent man who collects dog shit, or pure as he calls it, and sells it to leather tanners. Solly lives in the world of artisans not dependent on the accumulation of capital or subject to the control of the factory or mill, and he is unwilling to subject himself to Caesar's authority. Centering their antagonism is the power of the capitalist state to subjugate would-be citizens on the basis of race. At the same time that Caesar proclaims repeatedly the supremacy of the law, he praises his own enterprises whose success entailed flaunting the law. Caesar had first earned money, for example, by selling hoe cakes from a wagon, but the police ran him off the corner. Say I needed a license. Took me a while, but I got a license. I had to pay 6 or 7 people. In order to get collateral to buy property, he opened a gambling joint in the back of a barbershop. Sold whiskey. The police closed it down. I had to put some bullet holes in a couple of niggers, and the police arrested me. Put me in the county farm. I had to bust a couple of niggers upside the head for trying to steal my food. A couple tried to escape. I caught them. Caesar's Bakery now sells magic bread. You have to eat half as much to get twice as full. And I charge them 1.5 times for it. You don't understand. I give the people hope when they ain't got nothing else. They take that loaf of bread and make it last twice as long. Caesar's flexible interpretations of the law might seem hard to reconcile with his draconian praise for it, until we understand that Caesar has compartmentalized the law into 2 discrete realms, property rights and human rights, under a system of segregation that makes property absolute and humanity contingent. For that reason, he can swindle people into buying magic bread and with impunity kill a boy for stealing a loaf of it. Justifying his killing of the boy, Caesar explains, the law is everything. There ain't nothing above the law. Caesar's interpretation of the law thus replicates the string of antebellum court decisions and postbellum practices that, on the basis of race, similarly prioritize property over humanity. Because Caesar implicitly makes property foundational, so long as people can be treated as property, or more specifically, as far back as that was possible, the law was, as Caesar asserts, everything, and thus humanity was nothing. Even in prison, therefore, he can beat other prisoners for stealing his food. This reduction of Black humanity to white property makes those who perished in the Middle Passage the ghosts who haunt the concept of property rights. They are the specters of capitalism. As much recent scholarship has proven, capitalism's rise was not concurrent with slavery, but dependent upon it. Because the textile industry was the lifeblood of the Industrial Revolution that made the accumulation of modern capital possible. And industrial textiles required cheap cotton available only because of slave labor. The capital produced by profiting from that labor, moreover, multiplied by virtue of investment in numerous enterprises such as banks, railroads, shipping companies, fur trade, retail stores, not directly implicated in the slave trade or its ancillary commercial enterprises. Adamant subjugation of human rights to the sanctity of property and the virtue of commerce thus made capitalism possible. When Caesar says you got to respect the law unless you dead, he himself inadvertently identifies the ghosts of the Middle Passage as the resistance to the legal sanctity of capital. For those who died in transit to the New World, in effect, prevented their humanity from being converted into the legal tender of capitalist transactions. Thus, when Garrett Brown drowned to prove, as Anitzer explained, that his life was worth more than a bucket of nails, he became the spiritual heir of those lost in the Middle Passage. That is why Brown, after drowning, joins his lost ancestors in the City of Bones, that place that, in Wilson's play, does not comprise a watery graveyard, but the gem of the ocean. The stage directions make this clear, identifying the City of Bones as the most beautiful sight Barlow has ever seen. Additional directions tell us that, overwhelmed by the sheer beauty of the city and the people with their tongues of fire, Citizen Barlow, now reborn as a man of the people, sits down and begins to cry. The City of Bones under the ocean, inhabited by the spirits of those who perished in transit and constructed out of their bones, thus directly inverts the America John Winthrop projected as the proto-capitalist Puritan city on the hill. By locating the shining city in watery depths rather than on Winthrop's summit, Wilson challenges not only the economic seeds of the New World Empire, but also its theological mandate. Because the City of Bones, especially when connected to the spirit of Garrett Brown, who died for the sins of property rights, suggests an alternative to Puritan capitalism. Unlike Jesus, the sacrificial figure who walks on water, Brown, a Black sacrificial figure, is resurrected underneath it on the ocean floor, which signifies the Middle Passage's repository of lost capital and dead investments. even though the law of 1904 Pittsburgh sees only what is floating on the surface, what is literally superficial, as Caesar indicates when he says, money ain't got nobody's name on it, it's floating out there. Caesar's perspective also underscores the relationship between Brown's life and capital. For as long as Brown can stay afloat, his body equals capital. But as soon as he sinks, he changes from material flesh to the ghostly reminder of human worth, which Caesar deems worthless. The spiritual conflict between the God of property and the God of humanity takes place as well between Caesar and Sully. Sully's name, Two Kings after all, calls attention to the fact that one cannot serve two kings. One must render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, and unto God what is God's. Like Brown, Sully, echoing Aunt Esther's assertion that Brown's life cannot be reduced to material value, attacks Caesar by inverting his water imagery, in the same way that the ghosts of the City of Bones invert the spirit informing Winthrop's hill on the shining hill. This is Sully. They wave the law on one end and hit you with a billy club with the other. I told myself I can't just sit around and collect dog shit while people drowning. The people drowning in sorrow and grief, that's a mighty big ocean. They got the law tied to their toe. Every time they try to swim, the law pulled them under. Sully also explains to Barlow, it's hard to be a citizen. You're going to have to fight to get that. And time you get it, you're going to be surprised how heavy it is. Thus, Barlow's first task in earning the name of citizen is to visit the City of Bones, where he must find the ghost of Garrett Brown, because Barlow has to comprehend the heritage that connects Brown's ghost with his spiritual ancestors, the millions whose resistance to enslavement makes the City of Bones shine. It does so because the City of Bones literalizes the process wherein humanity was capitalized to build cities. This city, however, is built from the bones of those who denied their labor, their bodies, their identities to commodification, to industrialization, to a civilization that denied them the name of citizen. In confessing that he stole the nails, Barlow thus allies himself with Brown. He stole the nails for the same reason that Brown refused to come out of the water, to subordinate the mill's right to own nails to their right to own their own labor, possess their own bodies, control their own lives. Barlow's meeting with Brown as kindred spirits admits Barlow to the City of Bones while still battling to earn and to retain the name of citizen. Under the ocean, Barlow thus turns upside down the model that kept capitalism afloat by making white property literal and black humanity figurative. Wilson underscores this by inverting the procedure of the seance, wherein the living call forth ghosts. Instead of summoning ghosts to the material world, Barlow must ask the ghosts to admit him to their city, thereby acknowledging the reality of their jurisdiction. Barlow makes his journey, moreover, on a paper boat made out of Aunt Esther's bill of sale. A bill of sale she subsequently demands that Caesar acknowledge as worthless, even though it is based on the same principles that Caesar continues to extol, that Black lives matter less than a bucket of nails. If her bill of sale has no worth, Aunt Esther reasons, isn't Caesar's arrest warrant based on the same principles equally worthless? In contradistinction to the bill of sale's legal value, the play asserts its performative value as the vehicle that transports Citizen Barlow from the discredited world of property rights to the real world of resistance to human commodification. If the city of bones is built of human matter and inhabited by the ghosts of the humans to which that matter belonged, it constitutes the site where the enslaved are able to inhabit their own bodies rather than live as the chattel property of slave owners, that is, of capitalism. Thus, the play ends with Barlow initiating Wilson's century by assuming Solly's role in the fight for equality, a fight made possible by his journey to the city of bones, in the name of the citizen, in the ship of the citizenship of the nation whose democracy he could not yet capitalize in his own name. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Michelle and Alan, who are two Rolls Royces, I'm going to try my best not to be a Chevrolet, but I'm here to talk about civil rights and law and some of the same things in a different play. So as Pittsburgh sits at the confluence of the three rivers, so too August Wilson's century cycle stands on the ground of history, memory, and identity. Now, that statement is probably nothing new to anyone at this symposium because we've heard Wilson scholars talk about this all over the place. Harry Elam writes that the cycle offers a new experience of history, a new contestatory and contingent engagement with the past. Alan Nadel, who you just heard, states Wilson's plays as both text and performance mediate between the site of dominant discourse and the practices of Black American life. In this regard, we can view his project to create a decade-by-decade cycle as an attempt to make history. That is an attempt both to construct an event and to construct the story in which it figures. I want to expand today on those insights by focusing on one particular site of dominant discourse that surrounds the civil rights movement. Historian Jacqueline Dow Hall has argued that we must re-implot and expand the civil rights movement's cultural narrative to more accurately remember its grassroots origins. As Hall notes, remembrance is always a form of forgetting, and the dominant narrative of the civil rights movement, distilled from history and memory, twisted by ideology and political contestation, and embedded in heritage tours, museums, public rituals, textbooks, and various artifacts of mass culture, distorts and suppresses as much as it reveals. While she primarily is writing to other historians, I would expand that project to include literature as a key space where that emplotment occurs. And Wilson's cycle then functions as a meditation on memory, to use Valerie Smith's term, creating a productive disjunction between civil rights with a capital CR, emblematizing that larger cultural narrative, and civil rights as an ongoing and necessary political activism in the quotidian and the everyday. Wilson himself noted of the piano lesson, it deals with the people who live their lives in a certain social condition that could not have existed other than in those particular decades. Those events, the assassinations of Martin Luther King and Bobby Kennedy, the anti-war marches, while they may have in some way affected the character of society as a whole, didn't reach the average person who was concerned with just simply living. The plays that Wilson sets in the post-civil rights decades, Jitney, King Hedley II, Radio Golf, differ in their focus on issues particular to the decade of the individual play's setting, but offer a common critique of civil rights progress and articulate the continual need for cultural revision and economic development, for local action over national representation. Today, I want to talk just about Radio Golf of those three, in order to explore how it works to reveal the alchemy of race and rights by engaging the legal identity fictions that circumscribe Black identities and imprison Black bodies literally and figuratively, while ignoring economic deprivations, social violences, and racist outcomes in what Wilson called a landscape of inequity and diminishing possibilities. The play's discourse on political leadership challenges the nostalgic representations of civil rights in dominant culture as enabling those economic and social deprivations of post-civil rights state policies and the leadership ideals of representative politics. And if we start with a really intriguing moment for me, as in one where Wilson dictates action through stage direction. He writes, Roosevelt exits, Harmon stares at the walls. He picks up a poster of Martin Luther King Jr. and hangs it on the wall. Wilson's stage direction, which, as Johnny Jones said yesterday, we always want to follow, inserts civil rights discourse into the play through this illusion, through the iconic image of Dr. King situated on a poster that hangs over the characters and reminds us of their political ancestry in a system focused on representation. This idea of representing in all its myriad meanings haunts the play and the African American community and determines the terms of engagement for Harmon and Roosevelt. But the poster additionally signifies the economic co-optation of King's image within the political imaginary. Tim Weiss, just a few days ago, most recently, pointed out the ongoing tradition of politicians on MLK's birthday giving speeches in which they quote his lines on the content of our character as a means of suggesting that King wanted this colorblind society while ignoring the important economic and political changes he advocated for until his assassination. King's co-opted image then reminds us of the way in which his message has been altered or sanitized. The allusion to King enters the play not through character or dialogue, but through an embodied act, allowing Wilson to privilege action over words. Harmon's poster hangs next to another that offers Roosevelt's icon for change, Tiger Woods. In these two posters, Wilson signifies the cultural battle between individualism and collectivism, wealth and power, racial connection, and racial disavowal or dispersal. I think we can clearly hear Wilson in this play responding to those doubting Thomases, Clarence and Sowell, as he articulates his critique of civil rights nostalgia and economic inequity. We can hear that battle echoed in the protagonist's names. Harmon offers a slightly askew vision of harmony, which he seeks to achieve as a politician, but we also hear the word harm within the name, an oral warning echo. Roosevelt, on the other hand, offers us an intriguing ambivalence in that his name echoes two presidents, Franklin Delano and Theodore Roosevelt, the former known as the architect of the New Deal, but the leader also of Jim Crow Nation, the latter evoking individual manly resurrection and the historical narrative of Rough Riders taking San Juan Hill. Combined, these historical references indicate Roosevelt's position in the play as a masculine individualist who offers a new deal of economic revitalization at the cost of the hidden, the invisible within the Black community. He becomes the Rough Rider conquering the Hill District. Wilson critiques their involvement of, or their vision of economic development because it comes at the expense of the Black community and it arises from unethical and illegal deeds, the theft and imminent destruction of 1839 Wiley on Esther's house, and because it erases that history as part of its project. So as the play begins, Harmon, as we all know, is preparing for the business deal that he believes will propel his campaign for mayor and settle his economic future, bringing in Barnes & Noble, Whole Foods to the area. Upon hearing of the potential conflict over 1839 Wiley, he argues for the rightness of his actions under the law. He defends them as being colorblind. I'm going to be the mayor of everybody. It's not about being white or Black. It's about being American. Harmon attacks police misconduct as part of his mayoral campaign, but can't see at first his own misconduct in taking Old Joe's property. While he wants to see the law as neutral and justice as blind, the play clearly argues that such a view is naive in a manner which presages our Black Lives Matter movement. Further, it notes the incongruities necessary to maintain such a vision. For example, the redevelopment project on which Harmon and Roosevelt depend requires a declaration of blight maneuvered through political machination. Wilson denaturalizes such claims to expose the class and racial delineations within seemingly neutral social institutions such as the law or such as economic revitalization, draw on racial imbalance and deconstruct and destroy Black communities and lives. Sterling tries to suggest this idea to Harmon, although Harmon doesn't hear it at first. They're liable to make a law that say anything. If they got a law say they can tear down this house, they can make one say they can tear down yours. But by the play's end, Harmon has gained a new appreciation for community and history, garnered from the evidence that he and Old Joe are related and supported by his newly found ethical leadership vision. He shifts from adherence to the law as a form of doing the right thing to offering resistance to law in support of justice. Wilson neatly divides those two terms, making clear that law does not always ensure justice because of race and its kind of inculcation in American culture. Set in opposition to Roosevelt's continued decisions based on individual acquisition of wealth, Harman shifts from that individualistic vision to a communal connection that validates Joseph Barlow's alternative history. Importantly, though, the play's setting is not 1839 Wiley. It is the Bedford Hills Redevelopment Company. The communal interactions that form local political protest in the manner necessary for change occur off stage. Wilson demonstrating their erasure through representative politics as a reductive form of government. Harman's challenge to this system and his adoption of Sterling's warrior paint represent a critique of that representative politics as erasing the specifics of community in the larger notion of the electorate as unified mass. As such, Radio Golf supports local grassroots action over representative unification that would remove African American concerns and privilege the corporate over the individual in history. Radio Golf thus rewrites and creates culture, history, and community anew as African American cultural possessions and offers a different set of political possibilities rooted in the local and the everyday. So in his post-civil rights dramas, and we can talk about Jitney and King Hedley the second perhaps in Q&A, August Wilson moves from excitement at the audacity of hope to fears for the content of our characters. He advocates local action over passive acquiescence to individualize leader, placing responsibility instead on the community, on people coming together and working together to create change. As such, he creates a historical narrative that supports a renewed commitment to cultural revision, economic development, and social idealism based on a communal ethic that rewrites history and renews civility as we stand our ground together. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those wonderful presentations. We have questions coming in, and I have a few questions myself, but I want to make certain that we get our audience in. Professor McGill, we have a question for you. Can you draw any comparisons between politics and radio golf and the Obama administration, both in terms of what was required to get him in office and the forces that worked against and or for him?
Yeah, I mean, I draw on Harry Elam again. The essay in Alan's collection on radio golf and the age of Obama really, I'd probably just say go read that, and I don't even have to say anything. But I do think that that obviously, writing the play as Obama comes into office and developing that, even as he's setting it in the 90s, sets up a clear kind of parallel between Harman and Obama in terms of what they struggle with as politicians. And so I think the politics and radio golf are kind of trying to speak back to kind of maybe sacrifices or compromises that Barack Obama used to get into office and used as he was working to create passage of various legislations and to create his brand of political change.
Could I add just a little bit to that?
Yeah, please.
I loved your paper, David, and I think you're absolutely right about this. What's always struck me about radio golf is actually a line from a piano lesson where his name went out of my head. The blues musician,
Whining Boy.
Whining Boy says the difference between a white man and a colored man is a colored man can't fix nothing with the law. Yes. Now, at the beginning of radio golf, and this is completely in support of what you just said. So, radio golf, Harman makes a phone call and gets Joe's arrest null. He can like that, and at the end, he can't even with the legal right to stop the House do it. So I've always seen that play, and I think it does gloss Obama in ways beyond what Harry wrote, which is quite wonderful, is the story of Harmon discovering he's a colored man.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, and as he does, finding his his inability to act, right?
Right, exactly.
Well, I love the way that you all are, I mean, how we're speaking to this, because again, we all have read, of course, Professor Nato's wonderful collection and Professor Elam's wonderful essay. So you're right, we're there, and this is the exchange that we're supposed to have, that we can have. I was listening to both of your wonderful presentations. I literally kind of did a Venn diagram in my notes, right? Because of the overlap, and that's the beauty of Wilson's work. And, you know, what I noticed, Professor Nato and Professor McGill, is that, you know, you all actually are talking about the bookends of the cycle, right? You, Jim, and then we get to radio golf. And what I guess the question I want to ask first to you, Professor Nato, is, you know, I'm always intrigued by your writing, and then the idea of the ghost, you know, and the commodification of the ghost. And could you elaborate more, if you can? I know this is only a quarter of a longer work, but Garrett Brown really does align himself with, you know, as you were speaking, I thought about the homicide, right? And those African Americans who decided, those slaves who decided, I'm not about to participate in this, or who fought back, you know. And so we have in this early part of the century, this same spirit. So the ghost is I think one that is I mean, you can definitely talk to this more, that definitely is present, but also it becomes, as we know in Jim and we see in Joe Turner's, right, it becomes part of that possession, right? It becomes part of that rebirth and that reclaiming that enables us. And I hold this last part of the question, Professor Miguel, to when we get to the end, the post-civil rights, and we get to it. I love the way you put that, Professor Nato, like, you know, Harmon has to realize who he is in this space. So if you all can talk.
Well, I didn't get a lot of sleep. I'm a loser. The problem in Gem of the Ocean is that there are two conflicting, I don't like the word archetypes, let's just say types, because archetypes presume a pure original, and we know there's no pure original. So the type that are endemic to Wilson, and one of them, as he's talked about great length, is the warrior. Now the irony, and this is an irony that it works right through the play, and it's the process of watching Citizen Barlow become a warrior in the same way that we watch Harmon become not only a colored man, but also a warrior, puts the war paint on him. That this ability to become the warrior is wrestling, and I think you can read almost every play with some aspect of this, with the horrible irony that it is the warriors who made slavery possible. If everyone died in the Middle Passage, they wouldn't have imported slaves. It was only the people who were strong enough to keep fighting in spite of it that actually made it possible. And that it's exactly that same warrior spirit that is the resistance to what's being done to them. And that is worked out. You can see elements of that working itself out in every play. I mean, Bernice and Boy Willie, for example, just to pick one of dozens of them. So indeed, what I love about Radio Golf, at first it seemed the most vanilla of his plays. And by the way, I just want to brag. It's not. Everyone talks about the black middle class. No, it's not. If I were a real estate magnate in Pittsburgh and about to be mayor, I would be upper class. We won't use the word black upper class. That term is like an oxymoron, and it isn't. Harmon's upper class. Yes. And you know, say, oh, black middle class. You know, he wears a tie. You know, so you know, we'll talk about rich black people. We'll talk about Michael Jordan, but we don't talk about the black upper class. And Harmon is. So anyway, what's so rich about that play when I started writing on it is realizing how much Wilson is working with every play he's got there. Not just the characters that come back. So it's a bookend, like a bookend. I mean, he's writing and he's literally looking at that century and reweaving those allusions and words, and they all come together so that all of these conflicts that made the 1990s, or what we want to call the 21st century, such that it is possible, are funneled through that.
You're absolutely correct, definitely. Professor, would you like to respond to that? And we have some questions too.
Yeah. So, I like Alan said, what I love about Radio Golf, and it is, I know some people have talked about it as it didn't get quite the attention that August couldn't rewrite and really spend the crafting time we normally have. Even though it's a play that is, maybe you might call it rough around the edges in certain ways, but it's, to me, every time I read it, I get more and more engaged with the kind of subtleties of it and the ways in which he's, as Alan said, weaving back to all those plays. I know I see a question in the chat about Two Trains Running, and in which he's reaching back to that play in terms of the questions of urban development and in terms of political unrest. He's reaching back all the way back to Gem in the Ocean with Esther, he's reaching back to Ken Legley too, and they just all come back together to that play in a way that allows him to kind of embody that kind of that kind of end of, in an intertextual, but also in a kind of cultural way, where we get in the 90s and kind of I want that kind of consumptive ethic that he's kind of challenging through that kind of upper class development that Harmon and Roosevelt are kind of tussling over.
Right. Excellent. I agree with everything you all. Thank you for that response. Question for Professor Nadel. Someone says they love the fireplace art. So we love
I'm going to tell you the funniest story about that. I designed the fireplace, and I would bring a copy to my wife, and she'd veto it. I'd bring another design, she'd veto it. I'd bring another one, she'd veto it. So finally we get this, the contractor's in here, and he wants to give me a different tile for the bottom. You can't see it. And I said, is it exactly the same color? And he said, not exactly. I said, we're not touching a thing. This fireplace has been through more negotiation than the Middle East. We don't touch it.
Well, it's a beautiful backdrop. It's a beautiful setting. And the question is, after having heard Ms. Shea, were you surprised at the depth of spirituality that actors experience when performing Wilson's works? Have you heard of that type of spiritual experience with theater goers or the actors before?
Well, I wasn't surprised for a lot of reasons. One is I tend to hang out with people who spirituality, who are more in touch than I am, but I envy and trust, and to tell you all kinds of uncanny stories. I really trust that, first of all. Second of all, even if it's just a heuristic, actors do these things. I'm not saying it is a heuristic. I believe her stories because I know similar ones. But even as only a heuristic, anything that can get you to place yourself in a mental, and that's the art of acting. I mean, I'm not an actor, but the art of acting is to find the ways. Sometimes it's Marlon Brando cut an orange to get himself into The Godfather. His audition was brilliant. These are all things, now whether he believed there was a spirit in that orange, I couldn't care less. But I also believe it. And I also think that there's no coincidence then that she loves Gem of the Ocean, that she played Esther, and Wilson was in touch with this stuff too. What's kind of interesting to me is, and I don't know, I knew him not as well as some of the people involved in this conference, but I knew him. I didn't get to see him later in his life. When we go into Radio Golf, he pulls back from the supernatural. And I don't know if this is a way of dealing with mortality in a perspective or not. I mean, I have no idea. Talk to Costanza, maybe she would know about that. But there's a certain point. I think of his works as arrangements, musical arrangements, and like of a jazz combo with different places playing the rhythm, the bass, and the solos, and what I think of is this moment where he adds the shaman, the person in touch with the other world. It's not in Ma Rainey, it's not in Jitney, which was written there. But when he adds that, it's sort of like what Miles Davis did when he added Coltrane. And you get that incredible quintet that was like a sextet, that was like nothing in jazz history. I don't know, I'm getting into the weeds here, but I think of that. What I was interested in is how he gets It's a smaller cast and a sparser cast of Radio Golf. I don't know what to make of it per se, but he seems to want to pull it back into the rationalist, realist mode. But I think at the same time, Harmon is motivated by the spirituality of the tile work in Ann Esther's house, by the woodwork. He can't destroy that house, not just because of its history, but because it's being inhabited by spirits. So, no, I wasn't surprised at all as the answer.
Yes. Well, Professor McGill, if we can return to the question that you've begun to answer, but I would love to hear you elaborate on it more about the connection between the relationship between Two Trains Running and Radio Golf. But if we can add a little bit to, because you mentioned Jitney, right? When I think about Jitney and post-civil rights, and this is literally, 2 years or, after Two Trains Running is occurring, I think about, the beauty of that play. I think I might have my dates off, so I apologize, you all. But the beauty of that play is where we see young blood purchasing a home, and we know how the Civil Rights Acts, right, and the bills that began to deny, that they came to open up so we could have equal housing. So if you could speak about kind of those plays in that cluster that work toward addressing those. And again, I love the thing about Wilson, he teaches us history lessons, but forces us to go back and look at those bills. What's going on in that period that he's responding to? Because young blood getting that GI Bill and buying a home is much more significant than buying a home.
Yeah. So, and I will say that I'm part of what the kind of the larger work here is wanting to go back and build to those earlier plays. Particularly Two Trains Running, Fences as a kind of 50s vision. But to answer your question, I think for Jitney, I think what's interesting is on the one hand, we have young blood's purchase of a house. And on the other hand, we have the entire neighborhood around the station being torn down and taken away, right? So you get this kind of juxtaposition of being pushed to a new neighborhood, maybe worse, but this neighborhood is getting destroyed, and it's Booster who says, I don't got time to preach a sermon. I got to go out and fight for this place because my father's died in this freak accident, right? So seeing in Jitney, I think it provides that kind of tension that even as you're buying a house, you're also grappling with this larger conflict that that individual purchase isn't enough to help everybody else, right? Other people have to come in, and we have to, and so Booster's the one that's standing up as a leader to take on their role and fight for them, right? And so Two Trains Running, similarly in the 60s, I think is a play where we see that kind of similar unrest and the desire to not just individually achieve, but to towards a more communal notion of how do we fight back against this kind of neighborhood gentrification that undercuts under the guise of progress, undercuts away neighborhoods that were previously racialized, right? And often it's Black neighborhoods that are marked as blight. And then this happened in DC, right? Where we put the Wizards play, where there was a Black neighborhood that was vibrant, but was marked as blight, marked as underdeveloped and torn down to create this kind of shining palace of history. So I think all of those plays are kind of Wilson at different times and in different ways, coding in what's going on at that moment, like you said, with the GI Bill in Jitney, or with the aftermath of civil rights, or right after the passage of these acts, where he's saying that's not enough, right? It's not, we got the vote, but we need to add on to this. We need to keep moving. We need to keep fighting, and it gets coded in through these characters and their struggles. Again, the everyday, right, that he talks about in the lesson.
Right. Well, we have time, I think, for maybe about one or two more questions. And this question is for David. Can you speak to the constant battle between the holding on to the past and progression? You've spoken to this a little bit, gentrification and how existing neighborhoods thrive. That is spoken in Radio Golf, because that's what I was thinking about, how literally those plays then set us up to get to Radio Golf. And then Alan, how even going back to Caesar's acquisition of property, right, which made the district, diverse, and particularly with many African Americans being able, like a Caesar, to own it. And then to the very compelling point that you make, that we don't talk about how we went from working for others to owning things, and then how we lost those things. But when we get to Harmon, we have to talk about the Black upper class, because he's inherited wealth that no one else at least they can talk about. So you all set that up, and the cycle sets it up for us to see that.
Yeah, I mean, when I was listening to Alan talk about Gem of the Ocean and that idea of property, I was sitting there thinking, this is what Harmon's going through in the bookend, right? He is in the same way taking property, imbibing that ethos, except that he comes to, as you point out, through the kind of ghosts of that house. Like stage, you don't see the spiritualness happen on stage, but it's happening in that house that we don't see, right? And as he as Harmon changes and grows in that moment, I think it's a way in which, by letting go of that kind of capitalist ethos of property, he moves into a more kind of spiritual communal ethos of growth that allows him to progress in a very different way. And that's the power of Harmon's character, right?
It is. Well, thank you both for this wonderful discussion. There are going to be probably more questions there that you'll be able to answer. We have to move on to our next roundtable, but it's been a pleasure, gentlemen.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful afternoon. I'll see you in the larger space.
All right.
Thank you. Hello again. Now we have the honor of participating or listening to a wonderful round table entitled, and we saw the title side, Teachers Matter, Critical Pedagogy and Curriculum Development and Curriculum Development. So what I'd like to do is, with the consent of the tech team, is invite Dr. Watson and Ms. Evans and Ms. Baldwin into the discussion. And if you can just give us quick intros to who you are and then begin the discussion so that I won't take over and get to hear everything that you have to say. So thank you for joining us, and we're looking forward to it.
Good afternoon. I'm Kalila Watson, and I'm an associate professor within the City College of Chicago at Olive Harvey College. And my areas of specialization are 20th century African-American fiction and literary theory. And I also primarily teach composition. And I'm the first presenter. So I just want to say I want to thank everyone for providing me with the opportunity to participate for the first time in this colloquium. And the title of my paper is Teaching and Engaging Students with August Wilson in the Community College Classroom. And I would like to begin my discussion with a quote by August Wilson. I believe in American theater. I believe in the power to inform about human condition, its power to heal, its power to uncover the truths we wrestle from, and from uncertain and sometimes unyielding realities. And that quote is from The Ground on Which I Stand. Teaching at a community college has allowed me to teach in a non-traditional classroom setting. As a result, my students bring a wide range of experiences to the classroom. This always forces me in my composition and literature classroom to make several adjustments along the way. Over time, I also learned that, as the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan once said, if a curriculum does not prepare a student for life, it is a worthless curriculum, end of quote. Simultaneously, I realized that by first connecting to what was going on in my students' life, I could then help prepare my students for the academic life that lies ahead. By using some methods of contextualized learning, which introduces August Wilson's life and plays to my students, I was able to make their learning experience in my classroom even more meaningful. Because August Wilson's stories are always bold in language, rich in texture, colorful in mood, and delicious in taste, it is so wonderful to see how my students find themselves relating to the characters, themes, and even food mentioned within the text we are examining. Furthermore, once they are able to connect or relate to Wilson's personal life story, as well as the symbols, characters, and their story, they are also able to find comfort, healing, and inspiration in the historical complexity of everyday Black life. It is quite often that Wilson's play mirrors their own lives here in the city of Chicago and in their own communities. Therefore, Wilson's plays have become one of my main instructional tools that keeps my students retained, engaged, and inspired in my community college classroom setting. In my first semester English composition courses, upon receiving the course syllabi, words by August Wilson appear at the top of the page. Quote, I write for myself, and my goal is bringing that world and that experience of Black Americans to life on the stage and giving it a space there, end of quote. From day one, we discuss this quote's meaning to them. Then they are given a brief course pack that accompanies the course materials that are identified on the syllabus. On the front of this course packet, whichever play is being featured at the University of Chicago's Court Theater or the Goodman Theater becomes a part of the curriculum course materials. During the 5th week of the semester, I have always successfully managed to get all of my students to read the play in its entirety and to purchase their tickets and attend a live performance at the Court Theater or the Goodman Theater. I might add 100% attendance is always the result. After this experience, when we go back in the classroom, the students are percolating, and the real work begins by discussing, writing, reflecting, proposing, researching, rereading, and so on. In my classrooms, we have deconstructed the historical implications, the socio-political issues, the characters, the symbols, and the themes for many of Wilson's plays. Jitney, 7 Guitars, 2 Trains Running, Gem of the Ocean, King Hedley, and Radio Golf. In one of my classes, I had a student that was enrolled in the continuing education program for the Taxi Basic Certification, and he really appreciated reading Jitney. Not only was he able to identify with the characters like Fielding, Turnbow, and Becker, other cab drivers, but he was able to shed some light on the life of a Chicago taxi cab driver. In another class, I had a student that wrote a beautiful narrative essay about how being incarcerated taught him a valuable lesson after reading 2 Trains Running and connecting to Sterling's character. This student also gained the confidence to share some of his story in our pre-writing strategy class discussions. Next, in my women's literature class, in a reader response essay to Radio Golf, one student initially analyzed Mamie's character as a representative of the rejection and the voicelessness, of women in society. Meanwhile, she uncovered the nuances of Black love and relationships to the power of the elder or the ancestor and the embodiment of Aunt Esther. The positive instructional results that have been endless in my classroom. Overall, it has allowed for my students to have some of the most invigorating class discussions and to write some of the most powerful narrative essays, argument papers, annotated bibliographies, research papers, and offer some of the most insightful oral presentations. For me, this has allowed me to establish a strong interdisciplinary initiative with my colleagues as we work across our disciplines with our students to our participation in a national teaching conference. While there is so much more that I would want to share and could share, I would like to end with referencing the Netflix film documentary, Giving Voices, which echoes the sentiment of the classroom environment that I create. It is through learning, engaging, and extracting from the works of August Wilson that my students' lives have changed and they're able to find their own authentic voice. Thank you.
Good afternoon, esteemed colleagues. My name is Rachel Evans, and I come to you from Kane University in New Jersey. When considering what dramatic literature ought to be part of a high schooler's educational experience, the 2014 National Core Arts Standards function as guide. They are a national resource defining what students should know and be able to do in the arts, with the theater portion of the standards addressing pre-K through grade 12 theater education. The team of theater standards writers that I chaired for 2 years chose to organize the standards using process components, the cognitive functions that allow arts learning to take place. One such process component is to empathize. The National Core Arts Standards in Theater recognize that engaging in theater education builds empathetic skills and dispositions. What's harder to organize are the classroom activities that teachers can rely upon to meet the standards expectations that students will regularly empathize with the life experiences of others, fictional and non. The theater standards specify that high school students should investigate how cultural perspectives, community ideas, and personal beliefs impact works of theater. And this is where August Wilson comes in. What better way to build empathetic capacity in high school students than to expose them to the humanistic values inherent in Wilson's plays? While some high school curricula include fences, especially since the Denzel film, the other 9 plays tend to serve as only footnotes, understudied and underrepresented. And this is what motivated me to assemble a team of 3 undergraduate research assistants to embark on a grant-funded project in summer 2019. Kean University is lucky to have a grant program called Students Partnering with Faculty, where faculty members can choose students to serve as collaborators, and everyone gets a rather substantial stipend in exchange for a summer of growth in traditional research and creative works. For my project, I selected 3 underclassmen: Leanne Marie Lorino, an education major with a minor in music; David Rivera Jr., also a theater ed major but with a dance minor; and Lucien Edme, a student pursuing the BA in theater, specializing in playwriting. Our goal was to create a theater script appropriate for high school audiences that introduces all 10 of Wilson's plays using excerpted scenes, monologues, and songs. Research into Wilson's biography, the production history of the cycle, and critical responses to the plays were woven together using a framing device, a high school theater classroom. And by the end of summer 2019, we had a draft that we liked. We called it Day by Day, August Wilson's Legacy. So we sent the script off to Concord Theatricals to request permission from the Wilson estate to use the excerpts within our script. As most of you can probably guess, our request was denied. Quote, "The estate does not allow anyone to use Wilson material within other pieces of writing where the sole purpose is to talk about the writing itself, unless that piece is criticism. There are no exceptions to this rule," end quote. But this news did not deter us. The team reassembled and adapted Day by Day to eliminate any textual quotes. What was once a group of high school students presenting performances from the cycle now became a group of high school students presenting non-performance theater projects inspired by the cycle, everything from costume designs to dramaturgical studies, from scenic designs to choreography. And so here's a brief summary. The setting is the classroom of theater teacher Professor Wiley at a private performing arts high school during February. In honor of Black History Month, Professor Wiley is assigning each student in her class of junior theater majors to read one of the 10 plays from the American Century cycle. When the play begins, the 8 students have each read their assigned play, and Professor Wiley shares the next step. They are to each create some sort of project inspired by their play. As an example, Professor Wiley shows the students the quilt that she's made, inspired by Gem of the Ocean. And during the days that follow, the students present their individual projects. Molly presents a costume design from Joe Turner. Rhonda choreographs a dance to Ma Rainey's Black Bottom. April designs a poster for Piano Lesson. Corbin sings Floyd's song That's All Right from 7 Guitars. Bryson performs an original monologue inspired by Fences. Greg researches the dramaturgy of Two Trains Running. Gabrielle dresses as King Headley, displaying her makeup and hair design. And Kendall builds a model box of a scenic design for Radio Gulf. Between the presentations, the students and Professor Wiley interact with an alum from the school, who now happens to be the school janitor, Alexander Jitnius Williams. He reveals that he got his nickname, Jitnius, from the August Wilson project he did back when he was a student. And as a treat for the class, Jitnius performs a spoken word poem reflecting themes and characters in Jitney. Preparing the projects isn't smooth sailing for the students. At one point, the class discusses the appropriateness of the white students using the N-word that appears in the plays. Later, Bryson is unexpectedly missing from class on the day of his scheduled performance. It takes the whole community to get him back on track, able to perform his best work. By the end of Black History Month, the students have a new appreciation for Wilson and his century cycle, returning their scripts to Professor Wiley to use next February with a new group of students. As far as performing day by day is concerned, we had hoped that the play would be performed next month as the touring theater production of Kane's Theater Conservatory, but the pandemic halted that project. We'll have to wait for another opportunity some other day to use Wilson's theatrical heritage to build empathy in high school audiences. On behalf of my student researchers, I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. My name is, I'm getting feedback. Oh, God. My name is Sheila Baldwin. It's crazy. It's really troubling. Okay. But my name is Sheila Baldwin. I teach, of course, my paper rather, excuse me, is entitled Embracing Racism, Teaching August Wilson and Spike Lee. Without question, the most famous line from Columbia College, Chicago, is where I teach, from our mission statement, calls for students to author the culture of their times. My task is to teach arts and communication students the African American experience through an artistic lens of such artists as playwright August Wilson and filmmaker Spike Lee. Now, admittedly, a course on Wilson and Lee is indeed an oddity. However, both celebrate the lives and customs of the ordinary Black man. Their works also documents the racist treatment that Black Americans have received in this country for over 400 years, and they present their work with a tough and rough, unadulterated rawness, boldness, okay? Wilson is clearly the elder sage whose thoughts are deeply rooted in restoring and healing the psychologically damaged souls and minds of Black Americans by having them return to African base, i.e. Bernice in The Piano Lesson or Harold Loomis in Joe Turner's Come and Gone. Lee, too, presents a contemporary view of the psychologically damaged souls and minds of the Black American community during the 1990s drug epidemic in Jungle Fever, or on the campus of the Mission College in his school. Both artists maintain the fire and brimstone of the Black arts movement. They are community spokesmen. They are also critical race theorists, for their works adhere to the theory's three main tenets. They, one, put race clearly in the center of their work. Two, their work clearly says that there is no level playing field. Three, they are master storytellers who celebrate the marginalized voices. Their vehicles are drama and film. They combine traditionary literary tropes, but include African influences as rituals, repetition, call and response. Ramir Bearden's artworks are included in the story. Ruth E. Carter's costumes are included as a trope in the story. You have music, the music of blues, jazz, hip hop. You have dance, from the ring shout to the Lindy Hop. You have religious atmosphere African spirituality, all used as tropes to tell the story. So the course explores how artists use their art to eliminate racism, to address racism. And for students, this is really a significant point because for them, they may not have thought of this. It also uses, the course also rather corrects students' perception that Wilson and Lee are angry artists, angry Black men, okay? It introduces students to another way of viewing literature and film rather than sitting back eating a box of popcorn like you have to now because you are in this class, you're looking at this film and literature as a bit differently. And it moves them to become change agents. But before we dive into 3 to 4 works of each of Wilson's plays or Lee's films, in the early weeks, I prepped the students to understand and appreciate their work. To do this, you must, 1, create a safe space with rules to foster critical exploration. You also must need to assign challenging, non-alienating autobiographical readings and viewings that allow the students to explore their own beliefs, racial biases, and just judgments. They are given a social construction of race, clear definitions of terms, historical facts and images, and counter images, because some of the images that they'll see, for example, in Marlon Riggs' Ethnic Notions, those images were countered during the Black Arts Movement with Donaldson and Sar's Mammy images. But this allows students to wrestle with their identity and how that has helped to shape the behaviors, perceptions, and expectations of the world. This is done also through weekly discussions. At the end of the semester, they have to do a creative social justice project to illustrate how they will author the culture of their times. They must keep in mind that Wilson and Lee confronted controversial issues without question. They must also be bold with their work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for those wonderful pedagogical approaches to Wilson and the numerous ways in which you do so. We actually have our first question, so I'm going to be able to pose that. And I have a couple of questions that I'd like to share too, but I definitely want to afford our audience the space. This roundtable panel crosses instructors of students in high school and college, people of color and others, those that come from different economic situations. Can you speak about what specifically attracts these different audiences to Wilson's work? And we'll begin in the order of your presentation. So Dr. Watson, if you would like to begin with a response to that question.
I think for, at least in my experience, when the students read the play first, and then after reading the play, we actually experience the live performance. And once they have the live performance, then everything pretty much gels for them. To be able to see the words in action really solidifies their connection with August Wilson. And what I think that works really well with regards to August Wilson's work is the universality of what he's tackling in terms of the characters' lives. You know, so while he may be speaking primarily having students or having actors or actresses that speak from the Black experience, the universality of that experience allows a Hispanic student or a Chinese student to be able to connect to incarceration, to be able to connect to racism, to be able to connect to the significance of language and culture and music. So while he speaks in that regard, makes me think of Toni Morrison, you know, he has that same effect on the student. I even had a student one time bring her Spanish-speaking relative with us to the theater. And although the parent didn't really speak a lot of English, their ability to still connect, the energy, the experience, just like we heard Ms. Shea speak about, you know, it's just been a beautiful experience to see that even for non-native speakers, that they're still able to make the connection by what they see dramatized on stage with their own experiences. So that would be how I would answer that question. I can say more, but I'll yield to my roundtable partners.
Thank you, Ms. Evans.
Oh, the truth is, I don't know that high school audiences will automatically be attracted to Wilson's work. It's really just a theory that I have and that I'm willing to test out once this play has a chance to reach those audiences, to gauge their reactions, and then perhaps go back in and rewrite and refocus the play based on those audiences that we're able to reach.
Wonderful, wonderful. Professor Aldrin.
My class is in, first of all, the college instituted a diversity, equity, and inclusion requirement. So students have to fulfill a certain number of those courses. They have to take a certain number of those courses to before they graduate. But they are also, and that's one. The other thing is that they are the largest major on campus is film. So I know that. So I suck them in with Spike Lee, and then I slam them with August Wilson, and they are really kind of taken aback because they don't know very much about, before the films came out, Fences and now Ma Rainey's Black Bottom. Before that came out, they didn't know much about August Wilson at all. But when we started reading Ma Rainey's Black Bottom, and I remember very clearly the first time we did an in-class reading of Ma Rainey's Black Bottom, where you had all of these young Black girls in class. For the first time, they sat up, and they were film majors, and they sat up and they said, "This is my language." So they identified with the language, with the camaraderie, with the characters in that play. When they saw recently in another class, I had them read and see the performance on Netflix, the film on Netflix. And that class was a buzz when they came back. They all chimed in on the character Levy, and they analyzed him down, and the other characters. It was such a pleasure for them to experience something that was new, that was different, that could enhance their own work, their own craft. That was enlightening for that class.
I think I've been muted. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I thought I said I was muted. I will thank you for those responses. You know, as I was listening to your presentations, and then Dr. Baldwin, you've given the perfect segue. I had two thoughts that popped into my mind, and that is self-efficacy. You know, this idea of students seeing themselves in the work and how important that is. And then Ms. Evans with the idea of I love empathy and empathy studies because it allows you to see yourself in someone else, right? Which then gives you the opportunity to build empathy. And then the other important point that I noted that connects is the idea of the DEI influence of Wilson and of the work, right? Because he is interdisciplinary and because he can fit every place, and because Dr. Watson, you speak about his universality and his accessibility, right? So many now, especially in the wake of George Floyd's murder, and so much now in the wake of universities reacting or responding, depending on how you want to take it, and colleges and universities and everybody trying to fix the curriculum so that we can, again, address what has been omitted, right? So we have this pull, and so what I gathered from you all are just the different ways that a Wilsonian text can do so. For the high school student, for the community college student, for the university. I mean, so I love the idea of you getting those different tiers. We have a question on the board specifically for Dr. Watson. If you would speak more about the assignments you gave to be particularly effective when you teach Wilson's work. And then to all of you all, I really want you to talk about this idea of so many, not only the varied students as far as ethnicity goes, but also when it comes to economic access, right? Social economic access. Wilson's work provides that, because oftentimes I've found that students in high school, Ms. Evans, get to read Wilson if they're in AP and IB programs, right? And that becomes another form of eliminating them until they get to Professor Baldwin and Dr. Watson. And I struggle with that, because what about the students who are actually going, to your point, right? Who see this, who live this, but fortunately they get to a university space where they get to see themselves. But why is it happening earlier for individuals who have access to that? So that's just another layer of that question. But Dr. Watson, will you address that question? And let's get into that. Yeah.
I just wanted to say really quickly that because we were told that we had 5 minutes, I really gave you kind of like a conclusion mixed with the intro. But I did have prepared notes and some representation of what I actually do. So I'm going to try to at least give one example that I hope will satisfy the inquiry that you presented to me. With regards to teaching Jitney, and I really enjoyed that because, like I said, we have the taxi program at our school. So I have a multitude of students that are in adult ed, continuing ed, credit, etc. So one of the things that I do is I always pose the question in the beginning, with regards to the art of composition and how the art of composition, any piece of writing, is inspired by a story. So I always say, what are the stories of others? What is the story that Wilson is telling us? As we look at the different characters, what can we ascertain and how does that connect to our own experiences, right? What I also did with Jitney, which was really well received by my students, is I was able to find an NPR transcript entitled "A Hack Shares Years of Stories from a Chicago Cab Driver." So not only am I able to bring them to a live performance, bring them to Wilson, but I'm also able to bring them to everyday life by having to be able to juxtapose what Wilson's offering and then what are we seeing just in our taxi program, the life of a taxi cab driver. How does that connect to composition? It's a beautiful launching pad to get the students to then write their narrative essay, right? Where we may speak about what are some lessons that we can learn from a taxi cab driver? How do those lessons connect to your life? What's the biggest lesson that you learned? And etc. Then I'm able to have them also, between reading Wilson and also reading the NPR and listening to the NPR transcript, because I try to satisfy the auditory learner as well as the visual learner. But we also look at vocabulary, pronunciation of words. That's just one really quick thing I would say. What I also do in my English 102 class is that once we examine like 7 guitars or 2 trains running, we're able to look at the time period that Wilson presents and then be able to look at that in terms of what was happening in Chicago then. Mm-hmm. And then we're able to look at, okay, so this happened in this time period. Now, how does that connect to what's going on in Chicago in 2021 or 2019? And it allows them to be able to do an annotated bibliography. It allows them to write a reader response to the theater. And then it allows them to take the issues that matter to them that we're seeing in the city of Chicago and talk about solutions, talk about problems, what we're seeing in our neighborhoods. And then at the end, they usually have to do an oral presentation because, of course, they're not able to provide what a whole 10 to 12 page paper, right? So that's just some examples of what I do in terms of contextualized learning. As a collaborative effort, one time we did 2 trains running across the discipline. I had a librarian come in and she was our embedded librarian. I had an art teacher bring her class to the theater. I had a speech teacher bring his class to the theater. I had a criminal justice teacher. And then we created a display day where we all came together in the theater, and we had representatives from each of our disciplines to present to all of our classes. So I think that's all I can share for now. I'm really excited. There's more that I could say, but I hope that I've satisfied curiosity and answered the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we have a question in the chat that I'm going to privilege over what I mentioned about the idea of access, right? And but students get that, although I would love to hear a little bit about that. But let's go to the chat's question of, though a focus on works of African Americans, especially during February, is great. There's a general curriculum work to include works by Black, female, and male playwrights. Does it happen at any other time? And again, I think this speaks to, again, who gets to get it, when, and where. So it may join both questions. Professor Evans, would you like to begin with that? And then,
well, you have to remember that in our play, the use of a high school curriculum is a framing device, and it's meant to serve the exploration of the 10 plays. So in terms of the theater teacher that's depicted, she's chosen to focus on Wilson with her students. In the stage directions, it does have that she has a display in her classroom that reflects a broader array of playwrights, of male and female, and that we're just seeing a slice of her classroom experience through these presentations. So yeah, I hope that answers the question.
Professor Baldwin?
Now, okay. I want to back up to address the question that you asked previously. Because we are located in the city of Chicago, we come from, our students come from a lot of, not only Chicago area, but in the surrounding states. And that, so they come from various economic backgrounds. Some of the students come and they know of August Wilson's work. They also, everybody kind of knows Spike Lee now, but for a while they did not know, they did not understand Spike Lee completely. But now they have a better understanding of him, hopefully. But because we're located in Chicago, the Goodman Theater has this program where they train, they invite high school teachers from all over the city to come, and they have workshops with them. And it's a wonderful program. It's real, it gives the high school teachers something to go on, some food to work with. Something they teach them a lot of things, how to use when and how to use the N-word, and when it's not supposed to be used, and how to use it, and stuff like that. But the other thing that I do in particular, one of my favorite plays by August Wilson is Joe Turner's Come and Gone. And there's a section in there where he does the ring shout. So I bring in, we have a whole couple of weeks on blues, on music, and other forms that we use, that he uses. But for the ring shout, they don't know what that means. And even when I would explain it to them, like you just dance in a semicircle, they sit back and they say, okay, we see what you're doing. But I get them up out of their seats. They form a circle around the room. Somebody does the beatbox. Somebody else does whatever to make the sound, get the beat going. And they dance. And I join them, but I join them as an example. But then I kind of fall back and let them move their bodies any kind of way that they could do. And that is very important, because when there was a student production of Joe Turner's Come and Gone. And the director did not know what the ring shout was. He just was like, oh, this is going to work. Okay, they're just going to. Then I was like, no, you have to do this dance. You are calling the ancestors here. You are calling them, just as Michelle Shea said earlier. Like, you have to bring them into your circle. They are standing at the wings, just waiting for you to invite them in. So you could not miss that. So I make certain that every form of Wilson is covered, from the blues music to the language to the camaraderie with the with the guys. I'm chuckling now because when we were reading the very first time I taught this class, they in the piano lesson, and there was a group of young men sitting in the class, and I said, okay, we're going to have you read this and you're going to act it out. And they were like, okay. So they didn't get it. They didn't get it at all. They just did. And then for some reason the version of it was on YouTube or something. And they were like, oh, this is how it goes. And actually that week, August Wilson was in town, and I saw him and I said, I just had my students read that Berta song, and they didn't get it. And then they saw the DVR, the video of it, and they were like floored. And he smiled, and I was like, okay, all right, that's cool.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, we have about 5 minutes, so I'd like to ask each of you to leave us with maybe one closing pressing moment that you wanted to share, but we didn't have a chance to. I think that'd be a great way to conclude this wonderful session. And thank you for so much wonderful information. So we'll go backwards this time, just kind of talking about. So Professor Baldwin, if you will give us something to exit with, to think about, a challenge, a suggestion, anything.
I think I would like to see more research done on the work of how August Wilson, if he is and we all know that he is the bar for anyone else who comes after him. I would like to see more research on how those younger artists, writers, and film people are respecting his craft. I think that would be an enormous, and that's my goal, is because we are Arts and Communications College, so I have to instill in them. You must recognize the source, the grandfather, that's the sage of us all. Okay.
Thank you. Professor Evans.
I would just say that I didn't get a chance to talk about the influence that this project had on my 3 undergraduate research students, that we can't underestimate the power of independent study and one-on-one research between faculty and students to empower them with all that the cycle has to offer. And these 3 students now will always be connected by Wilson. We were able to take a trip to Pittsburgh so that they could visit all of the relevant sites, and they will always treasure their box set of the cycle plays. And who knows how it will affect them in the future. One student's already started writing his own plays where previously he didn't have the courage to do so, and that working as a team of playwrights really gave them the courage to move forward, and they're inspired by Wilson forever.
Thank you. That's absolutely wonderful. And Dr. Watson.
I just would say, I think I would like to see more about how August Wilson impacts community college students. I think that his personal story is something that my students find each time very inspirational. And I think that some research, or perhaps some collection of work that allows some community college professors to speak to how they might use August Wilson in their classrooms, I think is a powerful project, just because of knowing his educational journey, knowing what he went through. And since I have non-traditional students in my classroom, I find that my students are really inspired and surprised to know what he went through. with that history teacher, and to know how he taught himself, certain things. And I think that speaks to the community that we serve, for those of us who are faculty at the community college.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for this riveting roundtable. You all have given us some great research areas and learned so much. So have a wonderful day. Audience members, thank you so much. Now, Dr. Shannon is going to close this wonderful session and this conference. We've enjoyed you all being with us for the last 2 days. Have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Wow. To use a word that has appeared more than once in the chat, this 2-day colloquium has been rich. I certainly hope that you've been inspired as much as I have been to dive more deeply into Wilson's American Century Cycle, whether it's in the classroom, on stage, or in your research. I want to thank our panelists, our moderators, the lovely, illustrious, dynamic Michelle Shea, our keynote speaker, our colloquium, I'm hardworking colloquium planning committee, our equally hardworking communications team, and you, a fabulous audience. Thank you for your questions. Thank you for your engagement. And thank you especially to those who've hung in there with us for 2 straight days. I want to ask you to please save the date, September 23rd of this year, for the August Wilson Society's August Wilson Ground Lecture. This will be our 3rd such lecture, and stay tuned for more information on that. And now I welcome you all to visit our website, www.augustwilsonsociety.org, and consider making a generous donation. I want to thank you all for supporting the important work of the August Wilson Society. Now enjoy the rest of your day, and thank you.
Every honeybee fills with jealousy when they see you out with me. I don't blame them, goodness knows. You are my honeysuckle rose. When you're passing by, flowers droop inside, and I know the reason why. You're my sweet love, goodness knows. Honeysuckle rose. Ooh-la-doo-la-dee-ah.